Supremacy Games. Chapter 701 to 725. C701, a Galactical announcement. A month later, the Anti-Royalty Alliance finally declared their intention to join the war and the format they would pick to Queen AI. They made sure to take advantage of this month window to keep pushing their Democratic Federation agenda to the public. In this month, there were few backgrounds that jumped in their boat right away, clearly welcoming the notion of the Federation more than the others. As for the majority, they started to hesitate after they had gotten news from their spies that the royal family seemed nonchalant about them. In their eyes, it looked like they were actually more welcoming of them joining the war. After some information got leaked about their hidden arsenal, they realized that the royal family might have anticipated the Anti-Royalty Alliance and prepared to deal with them all at once. Obviously, they simply had doubts about the matter instead of getting cold feet from this war. The leaders of those backgrounds weren't stupid enough not to think that the royal family might be faking their bravado. Whatever it is, they knew that a thorough investigation needed to be carried away before truly deciding whether to throw their lot with Anti-Royalty Alliance or not. Better yet, they had a full year to decide. We have just received news from Queen AI. Zazia shared with her allies after hosting another gathering. She has started the replication process and will be done in 2 days. 2 days? That's quick. Queen AI sure is a blessing. To replicate a quarter of a galaxy in 2 days. I doubt even Metal Race Empress won't be able to get it done. The allies started to praise the Queen AI over her astounding efficiency that always pushed them to admire her. So, in 2 days, all of you will be given the choice whether to join the battleground or not. Zazia commanded, make sure to accept it immediately. Everyone nodded their heads in understanding. Zazia was assigned as the great commander of the Anti-Royalty Alliance by the 5 elders since they wouldn't be make too many appearances unlike her. As the great commander, those allies needed to respect her authority lest they get punished by the laws of the latest signed contract. Everyone needed to sign a chain command contract to keep things straight during the war. The Anti-Royalty Alliance couldn't afford disobedience in critical moments lest it ends up as the reason they lose the war. After you join the battleground and get yourselves comfortable in your replicated territories, we will start pulling our resources together, then trade them between each other to balance things out in each territory. This was a common practice between allies. For example, the majority of Party A fleets were designed for defending the planet instead of covert operations. Instead of leaving it like that, they trade with Party B, who had its fleets focused on swift and deadly operations. Naturally, this would be done only if both parties agreed to the trade. That's because there were some backgrounds that prefer having a specific style of combat. They trained and mastered it. It would be stupid to change their battle formation in the war. Still, the armies of each background needed to be as balanced as possible, so when the royal family decided to target them, they could at least buy enough time for reinforcement to arrive. 1 year might sound like a long period, but it's really not enough. Zazia sighed, so, we need to be as efficient as possible in our strategies planning. Every time Zazia sees those hundreds of heads below her, she gets a headache. Each head represent a background, a territory, fleets, armies, planets, important facilities to defend, etc. It was just a ragtag group of backgrounds, and it was her job to make sure that they turn into a unified army by the end of the year. On the other hand, the royal family had only a few allies in the empire to care about. They shouldn't even be called allies as they had gotten annexed by them. This meant, their army had been in order for a very long time and their commander knew every nook and cranny of it. Such an optimization scared her more than actually knowing that they had planet destroyers hidden in their arsenal. Beggars can't be choosers. She hardened her expression again and refocused on the gathering. While Maganda Chief was doing this to return the empire into its golden age, Zazia was doing it out of revenge. Her parents were assassinated by the royal family, leaving her under her uncle's care. She didn't have concrete evidence, but she was certain that it was them. Now, that she finally had the opportunity to exert her revenge, she wasn't going to waste it by crying that life was unfair. 2 days later, at first light, when the majority were still sound asleep, a galactical notification had been sent into the minds of every person that owned an AP bracelet in the Mariana Empire. The Mariana Empire battleground had been replicated successfully. For further information on how to join the battlefield and its rules, please refer to either the Scallions' website or Ask Me. Queen AI announced monotonously. Some were forced to wake up with groggly eyes and goosebumps going through their skin. Some woke up with excited and thrilled expressions, appearing like it was their calling to join this war. Some woke up with composed expressions and logged in the battleground almost immediately after agreeing to all its terms. Some woke up and went back to sleep a few seconds later, not giving a crap about this war as they had their own daily problems to deal with. Some woke up and tweeted about the announcement, hoping to get some clout for their social media account. Some didn't even bother to wake up, the notification wasn't enough to break their heavy sleep. As for those who were already awake due to the time zone differences, they instantly jumped into the network and started searching for news about the announcement. All those people were normal citizens, soldiers, bloodliners, and leaders. As long as one was a citizen of Mariana Empire, it didn't matter if he was in his home or in a different galaxy. They all received the announcement. Unfortunately, Felix didn't receive yet since he wasn't wearing his AP bracelet, so he was still clueless. It's time. Mr. Rodriguez let out a long sigh as he stared at a red shimmering hologram inside the World Assembly Hall. The president eyed the red hologram with held breaths, wanting nothing more to click reject. Alas, it was grayed out for them due to their status as allies. / would you like Earth to join the battleground, / / yes no / Mr. Rodriguez relaxed his tensed shoulders and pressed yes. The moment he did so, every Earthling around the Empire received a notification of the decision. Then, a moment later, the same red hologram appeared before them, asking if they were willing to join the battleground to support their planet. The majority declined the offer instantly, not having any intentions of risking their lives for no reason. They knew that Earth was like a spark of dust when compared to the royal family's armies. So, they would rather hold into their lives in the real world and simply pray for the planet's survival in the battleground. Naturally, this didn't apply to soldiers or contracted bloodliners. For the soldiers, it was their duty to defend their home. As for the bloodliners, a 10 years contract to serve World Council had yet to finish, making them unable to reject joining the war. All the resources they had gotten to help them turn into bloodliners were given to them by the World Council. 10 years of service didn't seem too bad at the start for them. Who would have known that a galactical war that almost never occurred in the galaxy would erupt in their 10 years' service? The only ones except from this were the Earthling team members and staff. They were too valuable for the planet to get lost randomly in the war. Thankfully, they had been sent into one of the best closed training camps in the galaxy that disconnected them from the outside world. The camp was designed to push bloodliners into reaching 6th stage of replacement as fast as possible. It was brutal, difficult, and borderline inhuman. Yet, most of the first team members decided to join it after continuing to hear about Felix's achievements out there. They knew that he had already left them way behind, but the least thing they could do was hit peak 6th stage of replacement before he returns. So, when they restart the planetary games, they would not stop due to their weakness. That's why Felix rarely contacted Olivia, Noah, and the team anymore. He knew that their bracelets were off, and he respected their grit to join that barbaric training camp to attempt and cross the distance between them if even by a little. Chapter 702, Receiving the News. 5 months later. Asna, where are we at? Felix asked lazily as he laid on her bed with a bunch of books thrown here and there. This little glutton seems like he still hasn't had enough. Asna replied from the outside while staring irritatedly at Nemo. Right now, he was snoring peacefully on the lake without a single care in the world. The only change he had after eating such a large amount of purified void energy was his size. He had grown to a regular panda size. Well, I need to leave for a few minutes to reapply the removal of the penalty, Felix said. 6 months of continuous daily feeding was still not enough. Felix hoped that at least the egg would hatch in the next 6 months. He really didn't want to waste all of his 3 wishes on this. Especially, when he knew that he wouldn't be joining a game anytime soon. After he opened his eyes in the real world, Felix glanced around him and noticed that the size of the void blob had shrunk significantly. At least 30% reduction is there. Felix thought to himself, 2 years or less of this, and I will completely absorb this void blob. Let's hope it won't be that long. Felix swiftly blinked back inside his spaceship by taking advantage of the marked void chest. Since he was always full of energy down there, he managed to sustain this mark for half a year. Since he was out, the first thing he did was take a quick shower. After he was done, he picked all 3 AP bracelets and wore them on his wrists. We will be taking a day break, so go ahead and spend your time in the UVR. Felix spoke to Asna, knowing that Thor and Ramongander weren't that interested. Don't call me for the entire day. Asna warned with a blissful expression, I will be going to the spa. Felix waved his hand nonchalantly and turned on his notifications and communication system. The moment he did so, his bracelet started vibrating like it wanted to get out of his wrist. Before he could react, a red ominous appeared in front of him. / would you like to join Earth in the battlefield, / Yes no. The moment he read it, Felix's eyes widened in disbelief, not knowing how to react. He instantly knew that it was a notification to join the battlefield for the Galactical War. It wouldn't make sense that the World Council would start a war on their own without his approval. Will you look at that? Thor joked, you went offline for half a year and your planet is already at war. The shock that Felix experienced couldn't be expressed in proper words since he actually knew the future. Because he knew that the Galactical War wasn't going to be a thing until at least a decade later, he never paused for a second and thought that it might happen at any moment. Who could blame him? This wasn't any random change in timeline, this was an actual catalyst that would change almost everything in the galaxy. A galactical war of such a magnitude would change the future of the majority. When the majority had their future changed, then the future itself would change, leaving Felix unable to rely on his previous life's memories. How the *CK did this happen? Agitated, Felix hastily waved the notification away from his face and entered the network. Before he could search for anything, he checked his email inbox, knowing that he should have been reached out by his grandfather, World Council, and the Anti-Royalty Alliance. As he expected, his grandfather updated him on the situation and asked for his health being. The World Council requested his assistance while the Anti-Royalty Alliance contacted him and his leader persona. In both emails, they expressed their intent to pay whatever it took to get the organization's support in their war effort. In their alliance contract, the organization wasn't obliged to help the Anti-Royalty Alliance in the war. That's because Felix had made it clear that the organization's goal was to serve humanity as a whole. So even though it was allied with them, it was still holding into its neutral status. This was the overlooked flaw that caused the timeline to change. The disrespectful way of the royal family treatment made him disinterested in entering in sort of communication with them at that time. They treated both himself and his leader persona with the same disrespect. So, if he had responded to them, he would have appeared weak and unworthy. If they treated him properly, he would have reached out and informed them that his organization would remain neutral as long as they were willing to pay a price. If that happened, the royal family might not have been rushed to kick off the war to avoid dealing with the organization's quirky methods of strengthening bloodliners. When Felix looked at the clues left behind, he reached to this conclusion as well. Hell, how can a fake organization without even proper paperwork start the biggest civil war in the history of the galaxy? Felix was really pissed to the point he was left speechless by the current development. He started the organization as a shield from other backgrounds, but he completely forgot that every time he grew or showed some crazy new powers, the organization took the credit for it. This kept happening over and over again until the organization's existence was already on a mythical level in the galaxy. The best researchers in the galaxy would offer their souls to join their world-bending projects. Powerful and authoritative backgrounds invested tens of billions into locating them to put them within their ranks. Bloodliners were dying to be their next choice of development, hoping to turn out as strong as Felix. All of this had created an intimidating aura that was coated on the organization. Sure, it was fake in Felix's eyes, but in the eyes of everyone else? It was the future of humanity. The first thing that Felix did after getting control over his emotions was call his grandfather to check on his well-being. Clunk. Brat. I know you told me that you will be offline for a long time, but can't you at least call me when the war started? I thought you were dead. Grandfather Robert scolded furiously as he stared at Felix. Who could blame him for reacting like this? He always knew that Felix preferred having his communication disabled, and he had no issues with that. Just like always, he thought that Felix merely went offline instead of actually removing his AP bracelet for half a year. Because of his misconception, he thought that Felix either died or was in a coma. After all, he knew that Felix would have reached out to him when the war starts. The fact that he didn't, made him assume the worst. Sorry about that. Felix sighed, I had to remove my bracelet to get something done. So, I wasn't aware of the situation until now. Upon hearing so, Grandfather Robert's expression had been put at ease a little. He could see that Felix was honest with him even though he didn't really explain the situation. Knowing that he was a member of that organization, he kept his inquiries to himself. I am just glad that you are safe. Grandfather Robert asked with a stern expression, did you join the battleground? Not yet. Felix replied, I will make a decision after doing my research. Can't you just stay out of it? Grandfather Robert hoped, you will be targeted by all parties if your identity was found out inside the battleground. In Robert's eyes, he didn't give a shit if his planet was ruled by the World Council or another background. He had no loyalty to the authoritative figures of Earth. Since citizens like him were protected by the SG Alliance during and after the war, he had nothing to worry even if the planet was taken by the royal family. He could simply ride a ship with his family and leave the planet entirely in the worst-case scenario. He was only loyal to his family and his business. That's why Felix didn't even bother asking him if he joined the war with the rest of the family or not. He already knew that all of them planned to remain hidden in the Sky Pearl Island until things settled down. I know that, but you don't have to worry about me. Felix smiled confidently, I am harder to kill than you think. I know that you are as strong as Origin bloodliners, but don't get over cocky. Robert warned, after all, the royal family owned the Origin Abolisher weapon. Wasn't a classified information that the royal family owned that weapon. Felix frowned his eyelids after hearing him mention that weapon. He tried to play cool to stop his grandfather from worrying about him, but he didn't think that he would know about that weapon. One of the Bardo Empire's most fearsome invention. A weapon that was able to target any Origin bloodliner and obliterate him in a split second. Chapter 703, Making a Decision. In Felix's previous life, he had witnessed this weapon in action through the Scullions stream of the war. He could never forget the bone-chilling scene of Zazia getting turned into dust inside her battalion spaceship. The only information he knew about the war was that it could release an extremely condensed ray of energy that travels at the speed of light, making it impossible to be dodged by even Origin bloodliners. The craziest part, the weapon was able to penetrate through almost all materials and alloys in the universe, which turned it into a deadly weapon capable of causing serious damage to most spaceships. Still, it was called an Origin Abolisher weapon for a reason. Not a single background that owned this weapon would waste it on spaceships since it was able to fire only one shot. Only one shot, and it would turn into a metal scrap. The royal family had used it in the best moment during the war, making them take down the great commander Zazia. With her death, the royal family had an easier time taking down the rest. So, a single weapon had turned the tables around in the war. Felix knew that the only reason this happened was because it was kept exceptionally hidden. Yet now, even his grandfather knew about it. Things just keep deriving further and further from the future. Felix sighed and said, "I will be fine, Grandpa. Just take care of yourself." "You too, rascal." Grandfather Robert nodded at Felix and hung up, knowing that Felix must be impatient to learn about the war. As he assumed, Felix swiftly entered the network and started reading about the war from the very start of it. He wanted to know everything. Why did it start? When did it start? How far did it progress, etc. He spent more than half an hour doing his research until he was fully updated of the situation. So far, the only difference is that the royal family declared war and that the anti-royalty alliance decided to lure in the others with their Democratic Federation promise. Felix pondered. In his previous life, the anti-royalty alliance were the ones declaring the war on the royal family. This was supposed to happen 14 years from now, when they had already prepared enough to be confident in their ability to take the royal family down. The format chosen was still the ruleless war. The only difference was that the anti-royalty alliance relied on their allies and hired services of other backgrounds. So, instead of making a promise to turn the empire into a democratic federation, they used this method to keep the leadership to themselves after they won. Unfortunately, they had no idea that the royal family knew about their scheme and were prepared for the war. Since they were declared on, they were the ones picking the ruleless format even when everyone assumed that they would go with the ruled format. Only when they brought out the Origin Abolisher and took out Zazia did everyone understand their reason for their pick. Weapons like those could be used in the ruled format, but only in specific game modes that allowed their usage. In these modes, Origin bloodliners didn't participate to avoid getting killed by those destructive weapons. It's been 6 months already. Felix knitted his eyebrows. Only 6 more and the war will start. Can I make it in time if Nemo hatched? Asna did him a favor and answered him, based on this glutton's still increasing appetite, I believe it will take an additional year or even 2. 2 years. Felix's expression couldn't help but to turn grim in an instant. He knew that he couldn't leave the Guardian Empire after he started the hatching process. It will take him at least 6 months to return to the Mariana Empire and join the war due to the lack of wormholes in the way. Even if he decided to leave things half done and return as fast as possible, he understood that he wouldn't be able to provide much assistance in the war. If it was the ruled war, he would have represented the anti-royalty alliance in so many games and earned them free victory points. But in ruleless war? His presence would be insignificant when the battleground was a quarter of a galaxy and all the major planets of the royal family were protected heavily with the latest defensive nets, space stations, fleets, etc. Only armies and fleets could make a difference in this war. The worst part, if he decided to defend Earth, he would be attracting more attention to it. After all, it was known knowledge that he was the only one capable of establishing enough strength to take down fleets inside a planet's atmosphere. When that happens, the royal family wouldn't hesitate to double down on their effort to take over the planet just so they could capture him. Felix's secrets were still desirable by many terrifying entities in the universe and the royal family was merely one of them. It's best that you head there after you hatch Nemo. Asna disclosed, even if Nemo was at his weakest form, his spiritual pressure is more than enough to make any human break down immediately. You are right. Felix nodded in agreement. Felix was investing heavily in Nemo because he knew that even at his weakest, he would be a greater asset than anything he owned. Origin bloodliners? They don't stand a chance against him. Imagine if Nemo was able to offer more, after all, he was the replacement of the Paragon of Sins. He was light years from the real Paragon of Sins, but he could grow to be stronger than him, which meant, Nemo would have a higher chance of possessing the same abilities as him. Even if you went now and made it in time, the war will last for many years. Thor added his own take. In Felix's previous life, the Galactical War had lasted for more than 25 long years. That's because for the war to end, a side needed to eliminate the 10 leaders assigned, the great commander surrender willingly or 95% of the army's fleet get destroyed. It was common sense to hide a few leaders in areas that would be almost impossible to find by the other party. So, even when Zazia had been taken down, the royal family had struggled to find the others and kill them. The only reason the war ended was because the anti-royalty alliance's fleet had been down to merely 5%, forcing the Queen AI to conclude the war after 25 years. So, it was expected that the first few years would not be that intense. You guys are right. The best option is to join the war after hatching Nemo. Felix made up his mind to stay away for now. This pleased the tenants in his mind since they were more eager to see Nemo hatch than watch humans kill each other. They watched so many wars in their glory days, they were indifferent to it. Still, I better do something to keep Earth protected until I return. Felix decided to call Maganda Chief and request his assistance on the matter. Naturally, he used his own identity since Earth was related to him more than the fake organization leader. Clunk. To what do I own the pleasure? Maganda Chief spoke with a tint of sarcasm in his voice. Chief, I have neither the time to explain myself nor do I plan on doing so. Felix didn't play along to appease him. I want you to offer assistance to Earth until I join the war. Upon hearing so, Maganda Chief stopped acting like a pouting child and asked with a serious tone, when are you planning on joining? Having Felix on their side was massive news since it meant having the organization as well. They had no idea how that mysterious organization would provide support, but they knew that it would be worth it from everything they had shown so far. From a year to 2 years. Felix replied truthfully, so they wouldn't count on him appearing before the war begins. 1 to 2. Maganda Chief murmured, it's still early in the war. So. Deal. Maganda Chief agreed on behalf of the alliance since it was a no-brainer deal. In his mind, all they had to do was protect Earth, and they would obtain support of an origin bloodliner plus the organization behind him. Only fools would reject it. I will forward you the contract now. Felix swiftly wrote one and emailed it to him. He knew that Maganda Chief and the others had already lost his trust on him after he kept ghosting them over and over again. So, instead of feigning friendship, he would rather keep it just business. Maganda Chief couldn't agree more. He read the contract and signed it. Then he confirmed it, and they hung up on each other. Now, let's deal with those crybabies on Earth. Felix narrowed his eyelids in displeasure at the thought of the World Council. Chapter 704, Dropping by at the World Council. When he went through his emails, he had noticed that many presidents had contacted him and kept using different methods to make him request help from the anti-royalty alliance. Some had begged him, some had requested politely, some had simply informed him. Hell, there were even a few daring ones, who blamed him about this with masked words. Naturally, they emailed him with anonymous identities, so he wouldn't take it against them. Unfortunately, Felix didn't need their names as he was planning to give all of them what they asked for. They wanted him to return and fix this problem? What's the point of having all of them then if they couldn't come up with something to defend Earth while he was gone? The first thing that Felix did was contact Mr. Rodriguez. After the call was picked up, Felix immediately ordered, hold a meeting in 30 minutes. I will be there soon. Then, he hung up. Mr. Rodriguez's excitement died before it began as he had realized that Felix was immensely displeased. He didn't know if he was displeased at him or at the entire World Council. Whatever it was, he knew that the next meeting wasn't going to be a pleasant one for any of them. Half an hour later. Why are we here, Mr. Rodriguez? Didn't we hold a meeting just in the morning? Is there some kind of update on the upcoming war? In the World Council, the presidents started to wonder for the reason of their summon. Since it was already past midnight, most of them were forced to wake up. So, even though their wording seemed polite, Mr. Rodriguez could see the annoyance in their eyes. You will see soon. Mr. Rodriguez answered while standing behind the podium. If it wasn't for the podium, everyone would have seen that his knee was shaking a little, expressing his intense nervousness about this meeting. He had already stopped seeing Felix as a junior but a fearsome individual that ought to be respected and revered. Mr. Rodriguez was just a commoner while Felix was considered as an origin bloodliner. Those two terms should never be treated as equal. After waiting a couple of minutes for nothing, some presidents started to lose their patience while others began to express their dissatisfaction. However, before they could raise their voice at Mr. Rodriguez, a flash of light emerged in the center of the hall, forcing everyone to lay their eyes on it. The instant they saw that it was Felix with his known half-white half-black hairstyle and triangle-shaped white pupil, they swallowed those words back instantly. With indifferent eyes, Felix looked around him and saw how some presidents' faces started to change in slow motion from being irritated into delighted looks. It was a surreal scene to see a politician's remarkable ability of face swapping in slow motion. They truly captured the art of acting. It would put real actors to shame. Everyone is corrupted, besides, Mr. Rodriguez. When it came to commoners, Felix was able to sense even their mood and switch in emotion. He was that far ahead, he could do whatever he wanted with commoners. Even manipulate them with his spiritual pressure like puppets. Time to tidy the planet a bit. Felix closed his eyes and opened them again. The moment he did so, he started seeing everything at normal speed after slowing down his own processing power to match with them. That's how Lady Sphinx, Thor, J. Ramongandr, and Asna were dealing with him. If they didn't slow it down, everything that Felix says or does would appear to them in slow motion since they were able to process information at 100 times the normal speed. Junior Felix. Welcome back. Haha. Our hero has finally returned. You should have given us a heads up, so we could make a welcoming party. One by one, the presidents all jumped from their seats and started applauding with clear excitement written on their faces. No one acted disrespectfully or dared to think about it in his presence. In fact, some of them were sweating a little from their foreheads, but their expressions were as glowy as a light bulb. One of them actually called you Junior Felix. Asna giggled in amusement, feeling like she was watching a bunch of ants still having thoughts of controlling a lion. If not else, he should have been addressed in a formal manner by being called Mr. or Sir Felix. While the presidents kept applauding while praising Felix to the sky, Mr. Rodriguez remained as silent as a mouse and kept watching Felix's face turn darker and darker. F***ing imbeciles. You are just pissing him off even more. Mr. Rodriguez wanted nothing more but to push those presidents' fake faces. He was honestly scared that one of them might say the wrong thing and end up screwing with them all. Thankfully, the presidents had enough common sense to talk dirty behind Felix's back and act as polite as possible in front of him, except that retard that called him a junior. Enough. Felix snapped his finger and everyone's mouth and hands were forcefully stopped. The hell? Why can't I move? Ah! My fingers! Horrified, the presidents could only exclaim in their minds without having a single ability to move an inch. One of them started to cry painfully in his mind while staring at his twisted right-hand fingers. Sit! Felix lowered his hand calmly and all the presidents sat down simultaneously. Only Mr. Rodriguez remained standing since he wasn't affected by Felix's spiritual pressure. Although they were in the UVR, Felix was still capable of using spiritual pressure since the owner of this room didn't make the queen ban it. How could he do so when he didn't even know about it? Spiritual pressure was a term that even most 6th-stage bloodliners had no idea about. Don't even mention commoners. I don't have much time to spend, so I will be brief. Felix looked at them indifferently and ordered, in the next few months before the war begins, you will peacefully hand over your countries to the association. You will no longer be presidents with authority on matters related to Earth. I know that you have earned a sizable chunk from tourism. I suggest that you take your coins and spend your retirement days as far as possible from power. Felix increased his spiritual pressure just a little as he warned coldly, otherwise, I will hunt you to the ends of the universe. The presidents had no idea how to react to his insane demands. They could only stare at him with widened eyes, not able to speak or make a gesture. They were just sleeping soundly in their king-sized beds with only a single worry in their minds. How to defend Earth, so their self-interest wouldn't be harmed. Now? They were being told to give up on them and simply *ck off with their little amount of coins? They would rather start a nuclear war than do so. Felix could see the boiling rage in their eyes, knowing exactly what they were thinking. You can try and do something stupid. Felix sneered, do you think my organization had no one planted in Earth to supervise you? The moment they heard so, the presidents started to sweat from their foreheads, knowing that their lives would be over if the Phantom organization wanted them dead. They might be presidents, but in the great scheme of things, they were as worthless as dust. The Phantom organization had already established their intimidation due to Felix, making everyone who heard that they were targeted by them to fear for their lives. Upon seeing that all of them started to realize the situation they were in and that their bargaining chips weren't really that useful, Felix turned around and addressed Mr. Rodriguez, you will draft a new contract that everyone here will be required to sign. Of course. Mr. Rodriguez snapped out of his daze and asked a bit fearfully, what do you want me to put in it? Felix before him was totally different from the junior that he was familiar with. He was emitting a pressure that forced Mr. Rodriguez to be as respectful as possible as he was standing before a king. This was due to the activation of spiritual pressure. Even though it wasn't used on him, he could still sense its pressure. First, this planet will be registered as my property. Felix declared nonchalantly. Greedy *cker. So this is how it is. Mother *er. The moment he got strong, he wanted the entire planet for himself. The presidents all snapped at once and started cursing in their minds with veins popping in their foreheads. They could understand a little that Felix wanted them to give away their authority, so the planet could be united under one force. But, to register the planet as his property? That would be the same as owning everything on it legally. Unfortunately for them, Felix always planned on turning Earth into his own property from the very beginning. He wasn't cultivating it and caring for it without a reason. He knew that owning a planet would play a huge role later on if everything went according to his plan. Now, that a war was on the horizon, he could never entrust the safety of his planet on their hands. Chapter 705, Planet Ownership. Mr. Rodriguez will be officially representing me when I am away. Felix ignored their reaction and carried on, important decisions will be relayed to me. If I don't respond, you can act as you deem fit. I will not disappoint you. Mr. Rodriguez's eyes brightened as he typed everything down. He would rather have Felix over his head than deal with those greedy bastards, who cared just about their gains. There were still presidential elections in most of their countries, making it impossible for them to hold into power for more than 8 years without a revolution starting. The U.S. president that Felix was familiar with had already been replaced a year ago. When dealing with universal matters, it was much better to have one leader that would remain consistent in power instead of newcomers arriving every 4 years to 8 and had to learn everything from the start. Lastly, make sure to add that everyone here will be executed by Queen AI if they dare to create trouble. Felix waved his hand causally, you handle the details of the contract. On it. Mr. Rodriguez quickly started drafting one, wanting to take full advantage of the situation to force those leaders away. He had no idea how long Felix would disappear again, and it was better to take advantage of his intimidation before he leaves. In about 3 minutes, the contract had been finished. It was 10 pages thick and approved by Queen AI. Felix suggested a few details in secret with Mr. Rodriguez as it was being drafted. It was faster to draft it since Mr. Rodriguez already had the original contract of the World Council in place. He simply added a few more terms to it. Naturally, the contract was applicable to himself as well, meaning if he screwed up, he would be punished just as hard as the others. Sign it. Felix ordered as he forwarded it to everyone in the hall. After doing so, he removed his spiritual pressure on them, wanting to give them a bit of grace before they could *ck off once and for all. Thud thud thud. One by one, they all fell head first into the table after the pressure was lost unexpectedly. Felix definitely didn't aim for it to happen, but the presidents were too humiliated and furious to think otherwise. You have 3 seconds to sign before I mark you down. Felix eyed them indifferently, not caring about their murderous eyes. 3, 2. Felix paused for a second after seeing that almost everyone signed the contract with ugly expressions. They were unwillingly to give up on power over the planet, but they were rational and self-sustaining beings. They understood that their hired bodyguards from the UVR wouldn't stand a chance against either Felix or the organization. The worst part, they had no idea if Felix had already entered the planet and was simply waiting for them to revolt against him. They had seen his powers and weren't delusional enough to believe that they would survive an assassination against him. Why would they risk antagonizing him, when they had merely a few years in authority before getting replaced? It wasn't worth it at all, especially, when they finally had increased their longevity to more than 200 years. So, no matter how much it hurt them, it was better to play along and retire with the millions of coins they gathered. 3. By the end of his count, Felix had noticed that only a few presidents had yet to sign the contract. All of them were either dictators or kings, leaders who were supposed to own their territory for years to come, like North Korea. Whatever you say or do won't frighten me. The North Korean leader narrowed his eyes and declared, I would rather destroy my own country than hand it over. Such an insane declaration could be anticipated from at least one of the presidents. Not everyone was rational when it came to handing over an entire country. People find it hard to do lesser things in front of a gun. Oh really? Felix chuckled faintly, Mr. Rodriguez, I will leave the rest to you. Without bothering to address the North Korean leader, Felix left the hall as sudden as he appeared. That's it. The presidents were bewildered to see this, as they had anticipated that Felix would make an example of the North Korean president before he leaves. For those who have yet to sign, Mr. Rodriguez declared with a cold grin, you will hand over your control of your territories this instant. The North Korean president sneered, even that prick didn't scare me to do it, don't even mention a bootlicker you. Is that your final decision? Mr. Rodriguez asked with a faint grin, making everyone who's seen it feel nervous for no reason. There is no point in staying here anymore. North Korea president stood up, planning to leave. He knew that he had just offended Felix, and he needed to make sure that he would enter his most secured location in his country, only then could he make threats with his nukes. The others, who didn't sign, tried to follow after his footsteps. You left me no choice then. Mr. Rodriguez dialed his assistant and ordered him to capture everyone who rejected to sign the contract. His assistant was shocked by the order, since the association was supposed to be neutral. That's why Mr. Rodriguez was the spokesperson of the World Council. We will have them at the association in the next 3 days. The assistant confirmed the order. Use any means necessary. Mr. Rodriguez added, even fatal methods if they resisted. Understood. When Mr. Rodriguez hung up, the hall was left as quiet as a desert. Mr. Rodriguez looked at the presidents and advised them with a snicker before teleporting away, never sign a contract without reading it fully. Upon hearing so, the presidents felt chills course to their spines after being reminded of the contract. They were given just 3 seconds to sign, making it impossible to read it carefully. Instead of offending Felix and give him a reason to get rid of them, they took the risk and signed it. They believed that Felix wouldn't do them dirty and slip in a term that would screw them over. After all, for someone with his kind of strength and fame, he didn't need to go that far to deal with a bunch of commoners like them. Even if they didn't want to admit it out loud, they knew that Felix merely saw them as ants. Phew, there is nothing that is harmful to us. President of Japan sighed in relief after realizing that the contract ensured their freedom and ownership of private businesses related to their deals with other civilizations. So that's what he meant. President of the USA sneered a little as he glanced at the presidents, who didn't sign. He couldn't help but feel glad that he decided to sign the contract after seeing the sneaky term placed within. Term 97, each head of state that signed this contract agrees to hand over his voting right in the World Council to Felix Maxwell and his representatives // The moment the president of North Korea and the other dictators read this term, their expression couldn't help but turn ugly immediately. They knew that they were f***ed since they couldn't use their armies, citizens, and nukes as a way of deterrence. That's because to use their nukes or such, the call would need to be passed over to the World Council. Then, they would decide on it by votes. It was done like this so no one would resort to war or heavy weapons during a conflict between two members. After the presidents signed the contract, they had officially handed over their voting powers, making it impossible for North Korea or other dictatorship countries to use a single nuke. If the presidents kept their votes to themselves, they might have managed to use their nukes to threaten Felix. Since he actually had no power or authority within the planet besides his family, he honestly would have done nothing if they decided to balls up like that. Fortunately, Felix knew that the presidents cared about their lives more than ordinary people. A single threat from the Phantom organization was more than enough to force them in retirement. You better escape the planet while you still can. South Korean president remarked sarcastically at North Korea president before teleporting away. One by one, the other presidents began to teleport as well, wanting to pass over their power as fast as possible. It was written in the contract that they had only a month to achieve so. The dictators also didn't remain around as they knew that the association was coming after them. This time, there was nothing to stop them. The instant those dictators think of going rogue and shooting nukes randomly as a last attempt, Queen AI would handle them personally. If they decided to break or remove their AP bracelets, Queen AI wouldn't let them. AP bracelet was a miraculous invention that made everyone's lives easier, but at the same time, it could ruin it just as easy. If those dictators didn't wear it from the start and remained holed up in whichever country they were in, no one would dare to pull anything funny since they could use their nukes the moment they felt threatened. But now? They could only stare in daze at the walls of the assembly hall, knowing that they would never step here ever again. Chapter 706, The General Plan. Although Felix was now considered as the owner of Earth due to the agreement of the majority of presidents, he still needed to get some paperwork done to make it legalized in the eyes of the SG Alliance. He called Mr. Igrees and requested that he take care of those paperworks, knowing that it would take some time for the final approval. Owning a planet was the same as owning a car or a house. The SG Alliance consider the entire universe as its territory and all the races inhabiting it as residents, even if they weren't part of the Alliance. This meant the moment someone declared true ownership of a celestial object, they would be required to pay taxes on a yearly basis. The World Council wasn't paying it because they didn't own the planet. It was still a public planet for all Earthlings. However, the moment Felix finishes the paperwork and privatize Earth, he could do whatever he wanted with it and the citizen on it. If he wanted, he could even kick everyone outside and leave the planet empty. It was his property after all. The best part, they couldn't even complain. Their leaders had signed the contract on their behalf since they were considered as their representatives in the eyes of Queen AI. Naturally, Felix didn't plan to do such a vile thing. He merely wanted to own the planet to avoid having those greedy slugs causing unrecoverable damage during the war. Plus, for another agenda that he always wanted to achieve but kept it under lids. After he hung up on Mr. Igrees, Felix checked on his symbiote suite and realized that it was held in the warehouse of a cargo company in the Guardian Empire. Better leave it there until I am done here. Felix decided to not waste time and carry on his hatching process. He logged out and got fully nude after removing his AP bracelets. Obviously, he had used one wish to remove the penalty again. Then, he blinked back inside the void blob and continued sucking the void energy out of the seemingly never-ending sea. Months went by in a jiffy and the day of the war was fast approaching. There were only 3 days left before the Queen give the green light to both sides to do as they deem fit inside the battleground. When it was created, every background's territory was locked from outsiders, so neither the anti-royalty alliance nor the royal family would attempt to sneak their fleets in the enemy territory before the green light was given. Right now, almost 30% of backgrounds decided to participate in the war by siding with the anti-royalty alliance. It might seem few, but considering that the Mariana Empire housed hundreds of backgrounds, it meant that at least 100 background were in this war. Some of them were quality backgrounds like kingdoms belonging to the top 10, but still, most of them were too weak to raise concerns for the royal family. Nevertheless, their participation in the war had allowed the anti-royalty alliance to take advantage of their territories and position their fleets strategically. The distance between the anti-royalty alliance territories and the royal families was massive. Those backgrounds were positioned between them. This meant, the anti-royalty alliance was going to use them as nodes in this war. If one of them fallen, the royal family would be forced to deal with the other behind it. Since the wormholes had been replicated as well, they were the only method to bypass those nodes if the royal family wanted to make a decent ambush. Otherwise, they would be forced to take a long detour to arrive at the anti-royalty alliance territories. In the best scenario, it would take them 20 years to cross that distance by traveling at the speed of light. In other words, the wormholes were the key to this war, and both sides knew that damn well. So, during this year of preparation, both sides had made sure to copy some of their defensive stations on their planets and place them in front of those wormholes. Since it was impossible to replicate the same object twice based on the rules, this meant that their planets had been left unprotected. But, both sides didn't mind that for now, since they knew that they could build more defensive stations in the upcoming years and recover their protection. It wasn't like any of them would be able to sneak an ambush when all wormholes were defended properly and the distance between their territories was light years away. Meanwhile, the backgrounds who decided to stay out of the war, would have their territories also replicated. Though, they would be empty of people and locked until the war officially starts. Those territories were being referred to as free nodes since no one had control over them. It would be of a great importance to secure them at the start because some of them had wormholes within. As we have discussed, we will be sending one Nova fleet to each nearby free node to us. Zazia explained as she pointed at yellow dots on a massive hologram in front of all the allies. The hologram was a map of the battleground. It displayed a quarter of the galaxy in 3 dimensions. At the far sides of the battleground, there were 2 massive clusters of red and green dots. The green dots represent the nodes of the anti-royalty alliance and their allies' territories. Meanwhile, the red nodes represent the enemy. As for the yellow dots, they represent the free nodes throughout the battleground. There were hundreds of them scattered all over the map. Those nodes belong to Cymania country, Lukaka tribe, Hellfire bloodline clan, and lastly, the Peace Union. Zazia continued on, those 20 nodes all had 1 or even 2 wormholes in their territory. Some of them are leading straight to our territories and some lead to random territories. At the very beginning, we will prioritize securing every hole that might screw us over. Only then, can we think about launching an attack or using our middle ground nodes. Understood. After seeing them nod their heads, Zazia switched to another inquiry. If the royal family decided to break the mold and launch a primitive attack from day 1, we need to be fully ready to give them a proper welcome. So, keep your eyes wide open and don't let your guard down in the first month. Zazia warned, we can't afford to affect our troops' morals with a swift defeat in the first second of the war. Everyone agreed with her take on the matter, knowing that their entire planet was based on prolonging the war as much as possible. They had no intentions of attacks at all. They would be simply focusing of defending and counter-attacking if the opportunity presented itself. That's because they knew that their mega alliance could handle the fees of the war if they won it a decade later or such. That's because they would be considered as a federation, making it possible to offer the SG alliance plenty of the royal family's territories as a collateral. They simply wanted to feel safe in their territories without having the royal family holding that judgment sword on them every single day. On the other hand, the royal family think of the entire empire as their own rightful territory. So, they would not allow the war to be prolonged more than necessary to avoid giving some of its territory to the SG Alliance. They didn't start this war to reclaim them just to hand them over. That would be meaningless and stupid. Hence, the longer the war takes, the more agitated they would be and start making mistakes with shitty forceful strategies. Zazia and the Alliance were focusing on exploiting those mistakes to the maximum. This was the general plan they were working with. On the other side of the spectrum, Emperor Raval was holding a meeting as well with his subordinates and leaders of annexed kingdoms. They had the same map of the battleground on top of their heads. The only difference was the coloring of the dots, as there were many more red dots than green ones. The difference in numbers was enough to make any leader feel hopeless. But, Emperor Raval looked as composed as ever, as he wasn't about to fight an alliance made out of 100 background. The only thing in their favor is manpower and number of scraps. Emperor Raval spoke calmly as he eyed some of his nervous governors. Our armies and soldiers are 10 times better than them. They are well trained, equipped with the finest gear, and had the support of the best war battalion ships in the galaxy. Emperor Raval sneered faintly as he glanced at the army of red dots. Meanwhile, they are just a bunch of ragtag maggots grouped up in less than a year. If just a few of them fell down, the others would be affected heavily and start regretting ever taking a part in this slaughter. Chapter 707, War Understanding. Without a doubt, they will be playing for the long game. Emperor Raval smiled coldly. So, our plan is to start by taking down the smaller targets one by one until those maggots gets forced into emerging from their shell. The general's eyes glimmered in eagerness, wanting nothing more than to start this war immediately. How could they not be excited when Emperor Raval had promised them hefty rewards over their upcoming achievements? Promotion, noble titles, territories to govern, and more eye-opening rewards than would have been not possible without this war. After all, when they win, a huge amount of territory would be recovered and the royal family would need to hand them over to their subordinates to govern. The best part, even normal soldiers were eligible to receive those rewards. On the other hand, the generals and commanders of the anti-royalty alliance would not be rewarded with territories unless their achievements truly were astonishing. Even if they win, there wasn't enough to go around everyone in such a massive alliance. This might seem like an insignificant mention, but wars truly were decided by moral and motivation than anything else. Strategies would be useless if the ones carrying them weren't into it. Right at this moment, it was clear that the royal family's army was more thrilled about this war than the anti-royalty alliances. Emperor Raval noticed this long ago and was planning on fully taking advantage of it. Days quickly went by peacefully as both sides stopped resorting to media to pressure the other or use other mind games to affect their soldiers. Meanwhile, almost every race in the universe had a large percentage of people tuning in to watch the stream of the war. It was supervised by Queen AI to show what needed to be shown and hid what must be hidden. Since they were in the UVR, it meant that she could literally place a camera anywhere she desired. At the hands of the wrong person, the war could be won or lost due to a single streaming mistake. For the SG Alliance to avoid being held liable for such a screw-up, the Queen needed to supervise the stream. This time, it would not be the basic Queen AI that's on everyone's bracelet, but the real mainframe of the Queen AI. The difference between the two was uncanny. Right at this instant, Felix was watching the stream of the anti-royalty alliance's forces being sent continuously through a wormhole that was leading to a free nearby node. The war had officially started an hour ago and now both forces were trying to secure the free nodes near them. It will probably take at least a month or two before we see some action. Felix reasoned while getting undressed inside his spaceship. His second wish had expired, and he needed to emerge to use the third and last one in his pocket. The only good news about it was that his remaining wish could let him remain in the void energy slob for about 9 to 11 months. That's because it was the last wish he had gotten, which meant it had a better limitation. Who do you think will win? Asna inquired lazily. How will I know? Felix shrugged his shoulders. I am not a war expert. Felix could stare all day at both forces and still have absolutely no idea who had the upper hand. That's because one needed to have knowledge about spaceships, battalions, fleets, war machines, space strategies, wormhole strategies, nodes, etc. Felix was ignorant about all of this since he never crossed path with a war at this magnitude. Sure, he knew about that war in his previous life, but he didn't participate in it nor did he bother to give it much attention. He only knew about some key moments that had gone viral, such as the death of Zazia by an Origin Abolisher weapon and the infamous 9 wormholes ploy. The rest of the war? He was as clueless as the others. Do you want me to dig in your memories? Asna offered, something she seldom does. I don't know if you will find anything useful, but I will appreciate it. Felix smiled. He could have seen some footage that would be crucial in the war, but he had forgotten about them. Asna digging in his memories might actually salvage something that could be advantageous to him. Sure, he knew that the future had already derailed from the known timeline and his memories were almost crap, but still, he would rather know about something that might or might not happen than stay ignorant about it. While Asna was going through his memories, Felix decided to check on Earth in the stream. He simply typed the name of the planet and its unique ID that was given by the system. Then, it appeared in front of him, appearing as beautiful as ever with its blue gem-like luster. When Felix zoomed on it, he noticed that all of its defenses had been copied as well. Oh, they really went hard on protecting it. Felix smiled in satisfaction after he spotted hundreds of warships parked around the planet. All of them were 5 times bigger and appeared more fearsome than Earth's own fleet. When Felix searched for those particular warships, he realized that each one cost at least 100 million SC. It might sound little, but the fact that there were hundreds of them defending Earth meant that the Anti-Royalty Alliance had invested tens of billions of resources to keep their promise. Felix knew that when the royal family seems this protection, they would not be bothered to deal with Earth. That's because they would be forced to deal with the Corona Kingdom fleets, then the Alexander Kingdom's troops before they reach the planet. This is more than enough to put my mind at ease. Felix waved the hologram away, free of worry about having his planet destroyed or captured while he was outside the loop. Sure, it was a very minuscule chance of it happening in the first years, but it could still happen nevertheless. Time to feed the panda. Felix removed his bracelets and blinked back inside the energy blob that was now 70% smaller than the first time he had seen it. A full year of non-stop energy absorption had done that. Thankfully, everyone was too focused on the war to bother with a fallen planet. Otherwise, the guild would have sent someone to investigate the situation. In a few seconds, Felix had emerged on his space consciousness. As he was walking towards Asna's manor, he saw an elephant-sized raccoon lying on his back while scratching his bulgy stomach once in a while. Is he going to grow big enough we won't have space here or what? Felix's eyelids twitched as he went around the fatty, not wanting to bother him during his mealtime. Possibly, our calculation could be wrong any moment. Lady Sphinx replied while drinking tea with the other 2 elders. Felix didn't expect an answer to his rhetorical question. Honestly, he dreaded the idea of their calculation being wrong. After all, his biggest issue wouldn't be Nemo's growth but the time. Asna said that the duration could range from a year to 2. But, that was just an educated guess based on what she had seen so far. But, what if Nemo's hatching had stages in it? What if, absorbing pure energy was just the first step? No one truly knows since Nemo's existence was still a mystery. Even Lady Sphinx had claimed that she wasn't 100% certain about her theory. They truly picked the worst **ing timing to start a war. Felix let out a long exhale in frustration and stopped thinking about this matter. Whatever happens, he could only swallow his frustrations and carry on moving. Might as well start reading about wars. Felix decided to enrich his lacking knowledge. He had no idea what he could bring to the table in the war, and he had signed a contract to assist the Anti-Royalty Alliance in their endeavor, so, he better start reading. Master, do you books about? Before he could finish his request, Lady Sphinx manifested hundreds of books in front of him. All of them were themed around wars, from strategies, basic knowledge, rules, tactics, etc. Finish them quickly and return to your potion-making studies, she said calmly. When it came to seeking knowledge, Lady Sphinx would never block from Felix from doing so. It didn't matter if it was related to her alchemy domain or not, as long as he was learning. Thank you. Felix picked and cased all the books in a misty bubble and returned to Asna's room. The moment he sat down, he picked up a book about the basic knowledge of fleets and started reading it carefully. After a few pages, he reached at the separation of fleets and how to recognize them. As the book mentions, fleets in the galaxy were separated into 4 tiers to keep everything in order. Everyone starts with a star fleet. It was made from 10 warships. Each additional 10 warships add another star. So, 20 warships meant 1 star fleet, 30 warships meant 2 star fleet, etc. When the number hit 100 warships in one fleet, they get referred to as Nova Fleet. With each additional 50 warships, the name changes to 1-star Nova Fleet. This continued to repeat until a 500 warships gets added. Only then could the name transform into a Supernova Fleet. The same equation get repeated until the name changes into a Galactical Fleet. The only difference was that each addition needed to be at least 500 warships instead of 50. In the Guardian Empire, the Galactical Army was in fact made of a 9-star Galactical Fleet that was spread out throughout the Empire. So far, not a single empire or kingdom in the galaxy managed to even reach a 2-star Galactical Fleet. That's because the requirement to add another star meant an additional 5,000 warships instead of 500. However, when the Anti-Royalty Alliance combined their forces, they had actually crossed over the limit and reached a 2-star Galactical Army. In other words, they had over a whopping 15,000 warships that were equipped with lethal weapons. Meanwhile, the royal family owned only a 1-star Galactical Fleet. So, they were down by 5,000 warships. That's a huge difference that every war analytic had claimed to be a fatal disadvantage in this war. Chapter 708, A Silent Cold War. So far, nothing is conclusive. Felix thought to himself, both armies are hiding at least 20% of their fleets. Those are the dangerous ones. He could still remember the final battle where Zazia died. Both armies had used fleets that no one knew about. More shockingly, those fleets were made out of the most advanced technological warships. They were equipped with white plasma weapons that could turn most spaceships into a junk in one hit. Sure, having more warships than the other side meant having more control over the battlefield. After all, they could cover more ground by taking advantage of their numbers. That's why Zazia was planning to send out Nova fleets into many yellow zones at once while the royal family didn't have that luxury. They could not send everyone out and leave their major nodes unprotected. Such as, the many wormholes in their territory that were connected with many backgrounds. In a few minutes, Felix had finished the book and picked another one that was about the basics of space tactics. He had 4 more books that spoke about intermediate tactics, advanced tactics, and improvised tactics. As he continued to read, he started to realize that even though those tactics were just basic and simple, there was a lot of depth into them. They had been optimized over the years to the point even the worst general could use one and end up leading his fleets to victory if the tactics succeed. Though, because they were used too many times and known by all, those tactics get countered pretty easily. For example, one of the tactics was called the wormhole bait. The core concept of it was to send an empty 1-star fleet inside a wormhole that was defended from the other side by the enemy. The warships would be filled with deadly cosmic explosions that were able to cause damage to anyone within thousands of kilometers. If the other side was too close to the wormhole, they would be sent straight to hell with a single button. To counter this tactic, the armies nowadays simply leave an explosives detector near the wormhole. So, no one continued to use this strategy anymore since it could be countered quite easily. As Felix kept reading books about tactics, they got more shrewd and hard to counter. When he reached the advanced tactics, he couldn't help but admire their inventors' intelligence for coming up with them. The most admirable part was that most of those strategies got invented during critical moments. Soon, he finished all of them and stashed them within his memory. With his perfect memory, he could spot any tactic and its counter in a heartbeat. He might not be as good as generals when it came to experience, but as long as he continued reading, his knowledge would be even better than theirs. After a few months, most of the battleground streams had been turned into ghost lands. No one was watching them, neither did they bother to speak about the war. Other viral interesting things had grabbed their attention as they waited far too long for some action to happen. Unfortunately, there was no way the Anti-Royalty Alliance and the royal family would rash their plans for the sake of entertaining those viewers. This wasn't a game but an actual real war. That's why even the SG Alliance didn't interfere to force both sides to make it interesting with at least some skirmishes. That's right. Not a single skirmish had occurred in the past few months. Both sides placed their entire focus on securing the nearby yellow nodes and the wormholes within them. Since we are talking about space here, it was normal that the spaceships would be spending most of their time journeying at the speed of light. When they finally reach their destination, they begin building defensive stations around the wormhole and the capital city of that background. So, how could there be skirmishes, when doing those two things literally take forever? The viewers didn't give a shit that both sides wanted to lay down a good foundation before going ham on each other. They simply wanted to see blood get shed and spaceships go boom boom. Still, the faithful viewers remained active consistently, watching both sides doing their things. Actually, most of them were working for those two to supervise the advancement of the other. Watching the stream wasn't blocked for each side, making it a fair deal. Since both of them could take advantage of it, no one would whine about having their progress getting streamed to the enemy. Plus, it wasn't like they could complain about it to the SG Alliance. They were fighting in the UVR only thanks to Queen AI. Knock knock. Commander Zazia, I am here for my daily report. Zazia lifted her head from a bunch of holographic documentations and answered with a weary voice, "Get in." Signs of mental exhaustion had already started to appear on her even though she was in the UVR. There was simply so much to cover, she was finding it difficult to keep on. If it wasn't for Maganda Chief, Gabriel, Barry, and Roka sharing some of her load, she would have already tapped out. "Speak," she ordered. The assistant brought out a holographic list and began going down the list of all important matters that needed to be handled today. Some of them were finished and some of them had yet to be crossed over. It's been a month already, and they have yet to conclude the defensive station construction. Zazia frowned her eyebrows as she asked, "Are they lazing around or something is interfering with them?" "I think the workers stopped working as hard as in the start." The assistant offered his own take, "After all, it's been months and the royal family had yet to make a move on us." In other words, the workers stopped fearing for their lives and began to adapt to the situation. In the start, everyone was nervous since this was the first war they ever took part in. Their fear had motivated them to work extra hard to build defensive stations, so they could protect themselves from any sudden ambushes. However, as days went by, the nervousness went away and so is their motivation. "Are they stupid?" Zazia cursed furiously. "This is the time they should be working harder than ever. It's been months already. The royal family must have already picked up a target." The assistant remained quiet through her outburst as he was used to them by now. He could clearly see that she was overstressed about the royal family's move. If he had to guess, he honestly believed that the royal family would probably continue remaining quiet like this. Nothing is deadlier than the unknown. The royal family was making sure to keep their plans in check and hidden so Zazia would keep stressing on which node to defend. "Tell them if the construction isn't finished by next week, they will not step foot inside the defense station," Zazia ordered coldly. "It might cause a riot." The mentioned. "I hope they do." Zazia sneered, I need to make an example of someone to keep the others in check. On it. The assistant noted her order down and continued reading his report. Thankfully, the rest of the projects were going as planned or close to their deadline. No one was far behind like the first group. This put Zosia's mind at ease a little. Is that all? Zosia inquired while returning to reading her documentation. The assistant hesitated to relay a piece of news that he heard from one of his subordinates, not wanting to stress her more over something that wasn't investigated properly. He could see that she already had plenty on her plate to handle. What? Zosia narrowed her eyes at him. You know I don't like having information pulled back from me. Upon seeing her cold stare, the assistant stopped caring about her well-being and reported, one of our stream moles that have been monitoring Topaki planet has told me that he had spotted an asteroid approaching it rapidly. An asteroid? Zosia knitted her eyebrows. Yes. The assistant added, its size is about 30 kilometers, and it is estimated to hit the planet in the next 2 months. The assistant seemed natural about this because he knew that Topaki planet was known to have suffered many strikes from meteors and asteroids due to its strong gravitational influence. That's why even though Topaki was quite close to a wormhole that was leading to the Maganda tribe territory, the Anti-Royalite Alliance didn't try to place their fleet there. The strong gravitational influence would make it a living hell to escape from it. So, they simply stationed their forces next to the wormhole and left the planet monitored from afar, unlike what they do with the other territories. An asteroid at this time? Zosia murmured with a cautious look. If it was any other time, she would have simply skipped over the information since it wasn't really that weird to have such a level of detail from the Queen AI's works. If she could replicate a quarter of the galaxy, then she could replicate almost everything that happens in it as long as it was in her database. Since it was known knowledge that Topaki planet suffered a lot from meteors, then she would make it occur in the replica as well. However, Zosia had been getting edgy lately due to the royal family's passiveness. So, even this little small unworthy detail was of a great importance in her eyes. Chapter 709, The Asteroid. Send a scouting crew to check it out. Zosia ordered, and then she returned to reading her documentations. In this wide battleground, asteroids hit planets quite often. Are we going to be scouting each one? The assistant shook his head lightly as he stepped outside the office. He knew that she was getting paranoid, and as a leader, that would be detrimental to her judgment. Still, he did as he was told and ordered the nearest scouting crew to embark on their journey as fast as possible. Inside a massive silver metallic space station that was at the borders of a cosmic wormhole, a blue-skinned youth in a military outfit stepped inside a small gloomy office. When he looked to his left, his eyes were met with a fair-skinned white-bearded man, who had not a single wrinkle on his face. His long bent ears gave away his race almost immediately, an elf. Captain, we have just received new orders. The blue-skinned youth reported with a serious expression. Do tell. The captain spoke faintly without lifting his head. We have been ordered to scout an incoming asteroid that is going to hit planet Topaki in 2 months. Asteroid? The captain raised his eyebrows in surprise. Does the commander think we are getting bored doing nothing? Seeing that his subordinate refused to comment, the captain waved his hand nonchalantly. Whatever, take the third squad and go check the asteroid. Make sure to be through. Roger. The blue-skinned youth saluted and exited the office. When he was left alone, the captain shook his head as he thought, it seems like the great commander is starting to lose her calmness. Although Zosia was respected by the Alliance due to her strength and leadership, she had yet to truly display traits worthy of being a great commander. So, a lot of generals and leaders were still on the fence if she was the right commander for this war. God knows that many commanders of other backgrounds were dying to step up and take the lead. Sure, they weren't at origin realm like Zosia, but their experience in war was noteworthy. Right now, everyone was simply waiting for her to screw up, so they could file a motion to replace her. Zosia knew about this as well. It simply added more stress to her already stressful life. Half a month later, the scouting spaceship could be seen approaching a gigantic gray asteroid that was coated by a veil of blue mist. From afar it looked fascinating and pretty. But when one started to think that an asteroid of this size was capable of wiping out civilizations with a single hit, its beauty collapses immediately. "Slow us down," the blue-skinned youth ordered as he sat in the cockpit with his crewmates. They were riding on a small-sized spaceship that resembled a bumblebee. Though, no one could see it now since its alloy was made out of light-reflective materials. Although it was just an asteroid, they were taking their scouting mission seriously. Minute by minute, hour by hour, they kept inching towards the asteroid while making sure to scout the area thoroughly. They had already used their spaceship's scanning device on the entire asteroid and noticed that no one was hiding behind the asteroid or such. "Let's head back, Serg," one of the crewmen suggested while yawning. "We are just wasting our time here." "Agreed." Another one supported, "We have scanned the asteroid, and we found nothing. This should be more than enough." It seemed like they were quite confident in their spaceship's scanner. Well, it did make sense since it was the latest and best-known version in the galaxy. They knew that nothing should really avoid their scan unless the technology used was from the metal race or some unique races with bizarre techniques. "We already reached this far, let's get nearer." The blue-skinned youth recalled his captain's order to be through in their scouting. "Sigh, as you wish, Serg." His crewmates could only shake their heads in frustration and continue on their mission. After 3 more days, the scouting spaceship had finally entered the 10-kilometer radius of the asteroid. "Should we switch to autopilot, Serg?" one of the crewmen asked after noticing that their vision had been hindered by the blue gas emitted from the asteroid. "Do it." The sergeant gave the permission, wanting to avoid unnecessary trouble. Unlike them, Queen AI could use the spaceship's scanner as her eyes to pilot the spaceship. However, as they approached a gigantic boulder without the Queen AI showing any intentions to change their direction, they started to feel slightly uncomfortable. If they could see the giant rock within the blue mist, then Queen AI should have seen it way before them. Yet, she still kept on her track. "Serg." The crew started to get nervous the closer they got to the giant rock. When the sergeant realized that Queen AI seemed hell-bent on continuing going forward, he couldn't help but forcefully switch control to manual. Luckily, he didn't it in the perfect timing, giving him a chance to turn the wheel to the limit and avoid a head-on collision with the giant rock. Naturally, their spaceship wouldn't have been damaged that much due to their alloy toughness. But, the momentum would propel them backward or in a different direction. God knows if they would be smashed into another giant rock. "What the hell, what that?" Relieved and quite bewildered, one of the crewmates spoke as he wiped his sweaty forehead. Just like him, the others were as confused. In their eyes, everyone could make mistakes but the Queen AI. Such a basic directional mistake should have never occurred under Queen AI leadership. "Is our scanner faulty? It might be feeding the Queen wrong data." "Possibly, but, if it was faulty, Queen AI would have warned us about it." "True, but, just check anyway." The sergeant ordered with a stern look as he tried to operate the spaceship to the best of his ability. "I just checked, everything is working just fine." "Does this mean it's from the Queen?" "No." The sergeant narrowed his eyes dangerously. "I would rather believe that something is wrong with this asteroid than believe that Queen AI could make such a rookie mistake." Upon hearing so, his crewmates all showed serious expressions and started focusing on the front glass of the spaceship. At the start, they thought that the commander was getting paranoid by sending them to scout a random asteroid. But now? It was hard to ignore such an uncanny situation. "Should we report this?" "Not yet." The sergeant denied, "We need to make sure lest we raise concerns over nothing." His crewmates remained quiet after hearing so, not wanting to bother him anymore while he was manually operating the spaceship. They could see that the closer they got to the asteroid, the bigger the rocks got and the narrower the slits became. "Brace for impact," the sergeant warned as he knew that soon he would screw up and collide with something. Just as he expected, a medium-sized rock that was half the size of their spaceship emerged out of nowhere and tightened his pathway. This forced him to maneuver to the side reflexively. Unfortunately, another giant rock was waiting to walk them. Everyone tightened their grips on their chairs, preparing to get rocked hard. However, a few seconds went by and nothing happened. Everyone was left dumbfounded as they stared at each other, waiting for someone to explain what had just happened. Even the sergeant had his focus broken by the situation, making him start messing up his maneuvers. Yet, just like earlier, the moment the spaceship was going to hit a rock, it simply doesn't, it goes through it like it was made out of clouds. When it happened again and again, the sergeant felt chills course on his spine. He absolutely had no idea what's going on and why the rocks had no physical properties. But he knew that something bizarre was going on. Since they were in a virtual battleground, he understood that anything peculiar happening would almost always be related to their enemies. Report this to the captain. We are leaving. The sergeant had no intentions of going deeper without proper reinforcement. Boredom. Alas, before his crewmate could reply, the spaceship was blasted out of nowhere. Peep peep. Breach in compartment 7. The sound of the alarm kept ringing throughout the entire spaceship, forcing the crew to get their shit together. Luis, shut the alarm down. Mara, check the scanner again and identify our enemies. Noah, activate light speed mode and wait for my instruction. The sergeant laid out one order after the other at an implacable pace. He was certain that they were hit by a red laser instead of a rock. That's because only lasers were capable of breaching through their tough alloy. Mara! The sergeant shouted after waiting a few seconds, but no information was relayed to him. He couldn't do anything without seeing his enemies' positions first. Serg, I got nothing on the radar. Mara cried out loud in fear as she watched their most advanced scanner fail to locate their enemies. Upon hearing so, the sergeant felt like his heart had sunk to the bottom of his stomach. We are completely blind. No visible vision due to the mist and no working scanner. It wasn't far-fetched to call themselves blind in this situation. Chapter 710, The Asteroid 2. The sergeant had no idea why their scanner was blocked, and he knew that it wasn't time to wonder about it. Queen, full speed forward! He shouted. In this fast-paced situation, it was better to make the Queen take over his crewmate's task to avoid mistakes or delays. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Boom boom boom. Before Queen AI could activate the main engine, the spaceship got wrecked by 3 blasts at once. The worst part, one of the plasma beams had ended up hitting the engine compartment. Peep peep. Error. Can't activate main engine. The alarm started ringing yet again, making the atmosphere tenser than ever. When everyone heard so, despair began to cloud over their faces as they knew that without a working engine, it was impossible to shake off their enemies. No, 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 no. We are losing our base speed. The sergeant's expression got ugly after seeing that their speed meter was getting reduced each second. No main engine, declining speed, and most likely surrounded by enemies, the situation couldn't get any worse. Ring ring. Serg. Someone is trying to make contact with us. Luis informed. It must be them. The sergeant knitted his eyebrows after noticing that their attacks had been stopped. Noah, go check the engine and see if it's reparable or not. The sergeant ordered swiftly. I will try my best to buy as much time as possible. On it. Noah removed the seatbelt and flew outside the cockpit by using small boosters on his suit. Thankfully, the spaceship had been forcefully stopped after its engines got ruined. Luis, accept the call. The sergeant took a deep breath to regain his composure. Luis did as he was told, and a connection was established. You sure walked into the wrong neighborhood. Out of nowhere, a mocking mellow voice echoed in the cockpit, making everyone's expression to turn nasty. They recognized this voice immediately because it belonged to an infamous general of the royal family's army. He was known for his brutality and twisted punishments. Videos of him torturing captured pirates had gone viral long ago. Any soldier who saw what happened to those pirates knew that they would kill themselves than fall in his hands. The sergeant and his crewmates knew this as well, which made them feel hopeless about getting out of here in one piece. In wars, captured soldiers could be recovered if the price negotiated was right. In addition, they could be used as slaves for mining resources and building structures. But now? All of them had decided to commit suicide than get captured under that maniac. Bastard Creed! You have no idea that you are already done for. The sergeant tried to buy time by making fake threats. He still had a tiny bit of hope that the main engine could be repaired. You think we have been sent here alone? The sergeant scoffed. We are merely the scouting squad. The army is right behind us waiting for our signal. Is that so? General Creed chuckled in a funny manner. He was clearly not believing his crap. The sergeant knew that he had to do better to convince him or at least make him doubt a little. Why do you think we have been sent here, to this random asteroid? The sergeant snickered. We already knew that the asteroid is used as a scheme by you guys. Knew? Haha. Creed laughed loudly in amusement. He was sitting in the captain's seat while his crewmates were surrounding him, each on their own seat. All of them seemed to be trying their best to hold their laughter. You little maggots know nothing. Creed stopped laughing at once as he sneered, you have 10 seconds to surrender. You don't need me to tell you what will happen when the times ends. Cluck. The connection went off the instant he finished his sentence, not giving time for the sergeant to waste any more time. Noah, we have only 10 seconds. Please tell me some good news. The sergeant swiftly asked Noah. Serg, the damage is beyond repair. Noah answered with a disheartened sigh. Upon hearing so, the sergeant fell back on his seat with his eyes closed shut, knowing that it was over for them. His crewmates all seemed downhearted at the realization their lives had come to an end. They couldn't even log out without providing a reasonable excuse. Logging out to escape death wasn't one in the eyes of Queen AI since they were soldiers. Since we are dead anyway, let's go out with a bit of flair. The sergeant opened his eyes wide open, displaying a hardened resolve to die as a proud soldier. As a veteran soldier, he always expected his life to end on duty. When you expect something to happen, mostly like it will. He wasn't even that afraid or sad. It is what it is. Queen, activate all thrusters. 90% of thrusters are damaged. The engine is damaged. Queen AI warned. There is a 100% chance of the engines blowing up in 2 seconds after the initial thrust. The engines blowing up was the same as telling him that the spaceship would blow up. So, if he went with it, he would kill everyone on board without a shred of doubt. Still. Do it. The sergeant gave his confirmation with relaxed shoulders. His crewmates heard what Queen AI said and knew what was about to happen. Instead of crying or cursing out the sergeant for his decision, they simply wrote a mental message for their loved ones and requested the Queen to deliver it after their death. Sequence starting in 3, 2, 1, full thrusters activated. Queen AI announced monotonously while the spaceship started to shake like a tractor on a field. It was a good ride, fellas. The sergeant saluted his crewmates while staring right in front of him, knowing that every second spent with his eyes open, Queen AI records it. Meanwhile, his crewmates saluted him back with a respectful look. Then, all of them were forced to hold tightly as the spaceship wheezed at a supersonic speed towards the main body of the asteroid. Just like before, it went through every rock in its direction like they were made out of air. Just as the spaceship was about to hit the asteroid's supermassive surface, the weirdest thing happened. The environment suddenly changed before their eyes. All of them had their eyes wide open in disbelief as they stared at a humongous dark battalion that was surrounded by hundreds of warships. Their blinking red and white lights made it seem like they were a cluster of beautiful stars. Impossible. Unfortunately, before the sergeant and his crew could react, their spaceship had expanded its last bit of juice and blew up almost instantaneously. The shockwave was strong enough, it reached a few spaceships and shook them for a few seconds. Then, there was no then, the supernova fleet continued its journey towards planet Topaki under the disguise of an asteroid. Do you think they managed to see our fleet? Inside General Creed's spaceship, one of his staff asked with a worried tone. They certainly didn't. Creed glared at his crewmates. You better respond like this when asked in the Mother Battalion. Yes, General. Good. General Creed turned his focus from his crewmates back to the Mother Battalion. I have pushed them enough. If they still haven't seen the fleet, then I can't do much to further His Majesty's plan. General Creed thought to himself while tapping his finger on the armchair. Let's return and report this. He ordered one last time. One by one, tens of giant grey rocks began to flicker like they were made out an illusion and then transformed into spaceships of different sizes. Next, they formed a line and returned to the Mother Battalion by entering one of its 100 gates. At the same time of the explosion, the captain of the Scouts department had received notification of the scouting squad getting wiped out. He was left completely lost for words, not knowing how to accept such shocking news. As an experienced captain, who received many notifications of his soldiers dying, he shouldn't have been caught off guard like this. But when the reality of the situation comes in play, he was excused. In his mind, they were sent for a spin to ease the commander's mind. Yet, now he heard that they were killed? This can't be right. Queen, send me all of their recordings. The captain jumped from his seat in agitation, wanting to know what happened exactly. Since all soldiers had given permission for their recordings to be viewed after death, Queen AI could only oblige. Skip to 1 hour before their death. The captain requested as he focused on the sergeant's recording. A moment later, the recording got speed up until it started to show that everyone was making jokes inside the spaceship. The captain started to manually speed up until the squad reached the asteroid and weird things began to show up. Before the captain could work his brain on them, the spaceship got assaulted and continued getting bombarded until its engine got messed up. Then, it was followed by Creed's contact and concluded with the squad deciding to go out with a flare. Throughout the entire process, the captain didn't comment or pause. He just watched from the start to the final moments of his soldiers in utter silence. However, during the last split second, he couldn't help but gasp out loud. As an elf, his vision was extraordinary. So, he managed to spot the supernova fleet during the last moment of the sergeant. Without a second wasted, he replayed that final scene and paused this time. Dear Goddess! When he saw the supermassive Mother Battalion and the hundreds of warships accompanying it, he felt chills course on his skin. An entire supernova fleet was merely 2 months away from the wormhole that was leading to the Maganda tribe. One of the 5 cores of their alliance. Meanwhile, the defensive station posted in front of the wormhole was able to block only a Nova fleet. If the royal family's troops reached the wormhole, it would be a one-sided slaughter. Chapter 711, The Sages and Array Scrolls. Without hesitation, the captain used the emergency red line to contact Commander Zazia and the rest of the Anti-Royalite Alliance's heads. In a few seconds, all of them picked up the call and joined a holographic meeting. What's the issue? Zazia asked with a serious expression. The others remained quiet and stared at the captain's pale face, knowing that what was about to come wouldn't please them one bit. A supernova fleet being led by a Mother Battalion is merely 2 months away from the Topaki's wormhole. The Scouts captain informed with an agitated voice. Before they could ask him about the truthfulness of the news, he showed them the last scene that the sergeant saw and told them everything that happened. How is this even possible? Maganda chief banged the table with a furious look. He should be pissed since his territory was the one getting targeted. I don't understand. Gabriel murmured, is the asteroid real or just a fake hologram? It can't be a fake hologram. Barry added, no one has yet to reach such a level of technology besides the metal race. We all know that most technologies purchased from them are banned from being used in wars. The metal race had written this on the contract of most of their deals. They wanted to share their technologies with the others, but only if they were being used to serve the civilians and make their lives easier. The Anti-Royalty Alliance also purchased the technology to make supermassive realistic holograms that span over tens of kilometers. But, they didn't plan on using them in this war since it was simply impossible. So how? Everyone turned back to the recording and played it again in slow motion, hoping to find out a key to solve this mystery. They knew that if they didn't solve it, the royal family would continue using this strategy against them. Even if they didn't use it, the Anti-Royalty Alliance would be forced to start scanning every asteroid or meteor in their territories. This wild goose chase would cost them too many necessary resources. If it's not a hologram, then it's got to be an illusion array. Zazia proclaimed calmly. That's impossible. Maganda Chief was the first to disapprove of her claim. The sage race will never sell such an advanced array to the royal family. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Just like the witches and dwarves, they were a race that was part of the top 10 rulers due to their utility, not overpowering strength. While the dwarves were able to craft artifacts and witches capable of concocting potions, the sages were capable of making array scrolls. The system used was almost the same as the dwarves. The dwarves craft artifacts by engraving abilities into gems called futharks. Then, putting those futharks into weapons or equipment. Meanwhile, the sages used their own unique language to write down elemental abilities or skills on scrolls made out of special material. As long as one used the right keyword, the scroll would be activated and the ability written on it would manifest into the real world. They seem quite similar to the Taylism race. Both of them inscribe abilities on pieces of paper and then manifesting them as they wished. But in reality, the sages were much more dangerous than the Taylism race. That's because array scrolls could actually be used by other races and for multiple times. Meanwhile, talismans could be used only the Taylism race, and they were a one-time deal. The moment an ability manifests, the talisman gets burned forever. That's why the sages were part of the 10 rulers while the talisman race was part of top 30 races. Still, just because they could be used by other races, it didn't mean that anyone could get their hands on some arrays. Due to the sages' low population throughout the universe, their arrays were extremely hard to get. The top 9 races had almost a monopoly over the best arrays that gets released for sale, making it impossible for the other races to circulate some in their territories. For such a realistic illusion array that was able to manifest a 20-kilometer flying asteroid, Maganda Chief refused to believe that the royal family had enough pull within the Skallians' inner circle to get their hands on it. Don't forget that they had 200 years of preparation. Zazia knitted her eyebrows. God knows the things they prepared for this war. Upon hearing so, the others had no idea how to retort. 200 years was a long time. In addition, the royal family was one of the ancient families, who survived for millions of years in the galaxy. So, there was a small chance of them having a deal with a sage. This meant, the royal family could have actually secured a scroll or more by their ancestors and were kept hidden for the right moment to be used. Array scrolls could survive through most extreme environment and also the passage of time just like the sages. In fact, Felix owned a scroll that allowed him to enter Lady Sphinx's lab that was placed in a pocket dimension. He simply had no idea about it due to his non-existent contact with array scrolls. I know it's hard to believe, but it does explain why Queen AI didn't avoid the rocks when she was operating the spaceship. Zazia reasoned, why would she avoid a rock when she knows that it was unreal based on her data? Makes sense. I can back that. No wonder. This time, the others started to feel more inclined to believe in her theory. They knew that as the creator of this battleground, Queen AI recognized what's real and what's fake. So, she didn't bother to dodge the rock, forcing the sergeant to manually operate the spaceship. Right now, we shouldn't be focusing on the method used but how to stop their invasion as fast as possible. Maganda Chief swiftly changed the subject. There is a high chance of them completely dropping their disguise and going full speed in direction of the wormhole. If they did so, they would reach it in less than a month. He is right. Zazia approved and started giving out orders. The first thing we will do is transport a 5 stars Nova fleet to block the entrance of the wormhole. Isn't better to send out a supernova fleet? Barry inquired. A 5-star Nova fleet will merely slow them down. I know. Zazia retorted. Do you think that greedy geezer will be dumb enough to send out only one supernova fleet? By now, he must have known that his asteroid has been exposed. It was common sense to think so since all soldiers' recordings get sent back to their superiors after their death. Since they had been filmed getting ambushed, it was natural to assume that the asteroid was a ruse. He may not know that we actually found out about their fleet, but still, he will be prepared for our retaliation. Zazia concluded, so, we cannot pull all of our troops in the Maganda tribe to the wormhole. We must not leave them defenseless like that when we don't know if he had another fleet hidden somewhere. God knows how many more illusion arrays they got. The other leaders had nothing to add after hearing her reasoning. It put them at ease by knowing that Zazia played at her own pace instead of getting led by the royal family's pace. Other commanders or generals would have sent all of their troops to defend the wormhole since time was pressing them. But Zazia planned on simply using the defensive station as a way to delay the supernova fleet until the true reinforcement arrives. Those reinforcements wouldn't be from the Maganda tribe but from the other closest regions. Naturally, it would take more time for them to arrive, but it was better than pulling most troops from a single region. We need to prepare for a counterattack. Zazia added, we now know that they are one supernova fleet down. Figure out which region it is supposed to defend and send our troops there. I will handle it. Barry ensured. Gabriel, I need you to check other regions in case the royal family had sent another supernova fleet disguised as an asteroid or something. Zazia commanded. Will do. The rest will focus with me on this invasion. Zazia narrowed her eyes. The rest of the war will be 100 times more difficult if we got our ass handed to us in the Topaki region. Everyone understood what she meant. For an alliance made out of hundreds of backgrounds, moral and confidence was everything. Right now, everyone was pretty confident in their victory due to the numbers difference. However, if one of the main regions of the alliance got invaded in the first couple of months by a mere supernova fleet, then the morals would go down hard. It would be extremely challenging to restore it again. Zazia didn't know if this was their plan all along, or it was just a part of a larger sinister scheme. Whatever it was, she was preparing for the worst. Chapter 712, The First Clash. Back in the Mother Battalion of the Supernova Fleet, General Creed was sitting with the commander and the rest of the generals. In front of them was a hologram, showing Emperor Raval and the great Commander Haid. We have just received intel that the enemy is mobilizing a 5-star Nova fleet to defend the wormhole. General Creed shared with his head lowered. In addition, a supernova fleet is preparing to march from Silk Isle region for reinforcement. We are estimating that they will reach the wormhole in about 2 months. Upon hearing so, Emperor Raval smiled. It seems like that kiddo doesn't want to leave the Maganda tribe defenseless. Only Emperor Raval had the guts to call an origin bloodliner as a kiddo. It was understandable since he was as old as Gabriel's grandfather. Yet, he looked even younger than Zosia's uncle. His longevity sure was enviable. Smart, but anticipated move. Commander Haid looked at the Emperor and inquired, should we follow up with our plan? Emperor Raval thought about it for a second and shook his head, not yet. We can start when we make sure that all eyes are on Topaki region. Understood. Commander Haid nodded. For such a large mobilization, I believe that they had certainly seen our hidden supernova fleet. Creed added. The other generals nodded their heads in agreement. If so, then get rid of the disguise and increase your speed to 70%. Emperor Raval commanded, we can't be too fast lest we end up breaching the wormhole before its time. Roger. Emperor Raval looked at them one last time and spoke with a faint smile, don't disappoint me. Peeb. His hologram disappeared the moment he said so, making the commander and the generals sweat a little. Even though his tone didn't carry an ounce of threat or coldness, they knew that heads would start rolling if they screwed up with his strategy. A few minutes later. Commander. The royal family's fleet has removed the disguise. They are in plain sight now. The assistant walked in the office with a holographic screen, showing the mother battalion and hundreds of warships in all of their glory. It was expected that eyes would be placed on the asteroid after their discovery. Well, that was quick. Zosia's eyelids twitched, knowing that they must have seen their mobilization through the live stream. Honestly, if she tried to mask it, she would have done it pretty easily since Queen AI wouldn't forcefully attempt to stream her plans. This was the reason why she didn't stream the asteroid even though she knew that it was a supernova fleet hidden. As for streaming what's going on inside cockpits and such, that was off the limits unless she had been given permission. Whatever, they were bound to find out about it either ways. Zosia didn't try hard to hide her mobilization because she knew that the royal family had many insiders. After all, their alliance was made out of hundreds of backgrounds. Each background had some of their civilians participating in this war. There were simply too many people to make deals with. Tell the generals to stay on plan. Nothing to be afraid of. Zosia said, we have anticipated this much. On it. After the assistant walked away, Zosia lowered her head with a thoughtful look. Why do I feel like something is missing? So far, the ambush could be considered as almost nullified since she had noticed the asteroid before it was too late. If she didn't trust her guts and allowed the asteroid to continue on its path, the supernova fleet would have struck the defensive station before they could reinforce it. But now? They added more troops and also guarded the exit of the wormhole, so even if they succeeded in destroying the defensive station, they would be welcomed with warm hugs from the other side. This without adding the fact that reinforcement was already on the way. In her mind, the best decision to make was actually retreat and change target to another region. They must have something else prepared. Zosia ensured, Emperor Raval isn't foolish to make a forceful invasion like this after he got busted. Zosia had spent decades learning everything there was to learn about Emperor Raval. To erect her revenge against him for assassinating her family, she needed first to understand him completely. Based on her gathered information throughout the years, his intelligence was off the roof when it came to politics and wars. In fact, he wasn't even supposed to be the next emperor. He was the 10th heir, meaning that he should have never had thought about sitting on the throne. Yet, surprisingly the other heirs began dropping like flies throughout the years. Some died in missions, some had gotten sick during the worst moment, some had decided to step down from the race by their own will, and so on. This kept happening until only Emperor Raval was left as the first heir of the empire. Everyone knew that it was Raval, who was caused those misfortunes to his brothers and sisters, but, the previous emperor didn't punish him for it or allowed anyone in the family to touch him. Why? Because, they had absolutely not a shred of evidence. Knowing was one thing, but proving it was another. The previous emperor respected his son's burning desire for the throne more than he loved his other children. Till this point in time, no one knew how Emperor Raval had managed to get rid of his brothers and sisters. When he sat on the throne, he was barely 100 years old, now? His age almost reached 50,000 years. He still had plenty more years to live. Zosia didn't know if he was as smart as he used to be. But, she did know that he had gotten greedier, lazier, and more self-centered than ever. If it wasn't for so, the empire wouldn't have turned to shit under his ruling. 16 days later, the stream chat room had been resurrected from the dead as hundreds of billions of live viewers were logged in for days now. The news about the asteroid gimmick, and the incoming clash had already circulated throughout the network. Right now, everyone were sitting in front of their screens, staring at the exterior of the defensive station in the Topaki region. The defensive station appeared to be the same as a towering metallic fortress that was geared to the max with grim dark plasma cannons. Since it was called a station, it was normal to assume that it had no thrusters or such. It was a static fortress that shields whatever you put in front it. At this moment, it was guarding the mesmerizing spherical wormhole behind it. The wormhole wasn't really that big since it was made by a space worm instead of it being natural. It was big enough to allow multiple spaceships to enter it at once, but not big enough it was the size of a planet. So, a single defensive station was more than enough to block any spaceship from passing through it. If it was a natural wormhole, it would take tens of defensive stations to cover it, and still, there would be hundreds of holes to be taken advantage of. Does anyone know when the supernova fleet of the royal family will arrive? I have been waiting for a week already. Based on my calculation, they should be merely a few hours away. They must be slowing down on purpose. If not, they should have already arrived yesterday. Let's go. I am getting pumped. I never watched live a space battle of such magnitude before. You guys are sick. People will die by the thousands. The forums and chat room were filled with excited and nervous chatter. The ones unaffected from the war just wanted to watch some excitement, while the ones affected could only wish it would end in triumph for their side. Wait, is that them? Shit. I can see them. It's about to go down. Abruptly, the chat rooms exploded in a frenzied spamming after they spotted the approaching humongous Dark Mother battalion. It was approaching the defensive station with a slow pace. The distance between them was actually in the hundreds of kilometers. But the size of Mother Battalion was too noticeable even in this pitch-black darkness due to its blinking lights. As for the warships with it, they appeared like tiny shimmering stars. After the Mother Battalion reached the 50 kilometers mark, it stopped. Meanwhile, the warships began moving around it, appearing like they were setting a formation. They were lining up in a straight line at the sides of the Mother Battalion, making it resemble a plane with wings. On the other hand, warships near the defensive station were already in a perfect formation for days now. Inside the center of operation of the defensive station, Zazia and the rest of the leaders were standing as holograms in front of the glass window. While Zazia seemed as cool as a cucumber, the other four had signs of nervousness on their face while they watched the enemy formation. They are going with a progressive formation, why? Zazia wondered in confusion. She assumed that the formation they pick would be focusing on breaching their defenses as fast as possible. In her eyes, they must have known about their incoming reinforcement. Hence, slowing down the pace of the battle should have been their own thing, not theirs. I have a bad feeling about this. Chapter 713, The First Clash 2. Zazia could sense that the royal family was scheming something sinister under the shadows from their fleet's movement. Don't get riled up. Zazia calmed herself. It might be a reverse psychology power play, aiming to disturb my thought process. In a war, any small move could have thousands of layers into it, or, it was just a simple small move. So overthinking could be good, but at the same time could push one to make mistakes that shouldn't have been made in the first place. Great Commander, orders. The defensive station's director inquired as he looked at the holographic image of Zazia above him. As long as she was here, the leadership get passed to her. Since they are planning on prolonging the battle. Zazia smiled faintly as she commanded, activate the anti-plasma barrier and inform all warships to stand behind it and prepare to launch a counterattack at any moment. Zazia. Maganda Chief and the others wanted to say something about her sudden change in the plan but refrained. They didn't want to undermine her authority in front of everyone. Barrier is up in 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown had ended, the defensive station had been covered in an enormous spherical translucent blue hue. The warships inside the blue hue all exited, and stood behind the defensive station. The anti-plasma shield was able to block plasma beams from both sides. The warships needed to leave, so their attacks wouldn't be blocked and weaken the shield in the process. After a few minutes, only the defensive station was left visible to the anti-Royalite Alliance troops. Should we commence our attack, Commander Edward? General Creed inquired from the commander of the fleet. He was a frail man with wrinkles all over his face. However, everyone in the operation center was looking at him in veneration and respect. Even the infamous General Creed didn't dare to display his wild side in front of him. Focus our firepower on the shield and ignore the other warships. Commander Edward said calmly, they have been baited into pulling out their shield. So, make sure to destroy it as fast as possible. You heard him. General Creed shouted at the others as he eyed the spherical shield from the front window. In a few moments, the order had been relayed to every warship in the fleet. Prepare to fire. The Mother Battalion and the rest of the warships took out their weapons and aimed them at the shield. Then, they began to brighten up at the tip in a slow manner, appearing like energy was being condensed into one point. Since there were hundreds of warships and the Mother Battalion alone had more than 100 plasma cannon, it was truly a sight behold. Will the shield hold? In the corner of the operation room inside the defensive station, a nervous staff member murmured next to his friend. Seeing more than 600 plasma cannon all planning to fire at once was an experience that would make anyone piss themselves in fright. You have no idea. Before his friend could finish, his breath was taken away by a blinding light coming out of the window. Since sound could not be transmitted through vacuum, there were no explosions at all when the plasma beams collided with the shield. This caught everyone off guard besides the viewers in the stream. Haha. F***ing awesome. I never saw so many warships firing at the same time. Thank God for Queen AI adding special effects. It will be hella boring to watch this without explosions. I can't believe the shield is still standing after such an organized attack. What the hell is it made of? Believe it or not, it's made out of plasma as well. So, instead of blocking the incoming plasma attacks, it simply absorbs it. Isn't that too overpowered? How can they break it then? With non-stop attacks. The moment the viewer typed his answer, the spectators were surprised to see that the anti-royalty fleet was already preparing another organized strike. Tell everyone to keep holding. Zazia ordered, I believe they will hit us 3 times before their cannons get overheated. Why did they do this? Gabriel was bewildered. In common space warfare, the commanders usually fire plasma beams in rotation with multiple divided smaller fleets. This allowed warships to cool down their weapons after each attack while at the same time placing continuous pressure on their enemies. On the other hand, if the royal family fired off 2 more times, they would be left completely naked to a brutal counterattack. Can the shield even handle a 3rd attack? Ruka asked with a worried tone. The second one still didn't break the shield down, but it did weaken it tremendously. Don't forget that it takes time for it to recover back to its peak form. Barry added to Barry's worry. The staff and soldiers on the operation center all got extra nervous at the sound of that. They knew that he was right. The shield needed appropriate time to recover before handling another blast of such magnitude. Yet, seeing that the anti-royalty alliance was already prepared for the 3rd strike made them understand that they were adamant at getting it destroyed. So what if they destroyed it? Zazia sneered, we still have the toughness of our defensive station's alloy. They will simply expose themselves to heavy fire by using everything to get rid of the shield. The defensive station didn't have just the anti-plasma shield as a way of protection. In fact, it was merely a bonus. Its real defense was actually its alloy that required red-colored plasma beams to penetrate it in one hit. Boom boom boom. It's down. They took it down. Well, that was a dumb move from the royal family army. The ignorant viewers cheered in excitement at the fall of the shield after it got hit by the 3rd strike. Meanwhile, the intelligent ones knew that was a bad move and were waiting for a proper counterattack. Zazia didn't disappoint them. More than 100 organized Black Lean warships emerged from behind the defensive station and flew rapidly towards the royal fleet. As the distance kept shrinking between them, the black warships brought out their plasma cannons and prepared them for firing. Fire at will! Zazia commanded the instant she saw that the distance was close enough to not miss. Boom boom boom! They are aiming at the warships, not the Mother Battalion. No wonder they wanted to get closer. Smart. Take down the ads first before the final boss. The anti-royalty alliance's troops were forced to ruin their formation since they couldn't remain standing still while under heavy fire. All of them tried their best to avoid the plasma beams while at the same using mini weapons to fire back when the opportunity presented itself. Still, those mini weapons like laser machine guns and missile launchers weren't as good as plasma cannons. Even when they landed on the warship's alloys, they merely damaged the exterior unlike the plasma cannons. One direct beam was able to penetrate through the entire warships, forcing it to explode instantly. This was the reason why in space warfare, it was the best decision to take down common military warships first. Their defenses weren't the best, but their offensive power wasn't a joke. Boom boom. As explosions continued to arise in the infinite cosmos, Zazia and Edward merely kept watching the one-sided hunt. Since those warships were extremely quick, the Mother Battalion found it hard to aim at them with its side plasma cannons, especially when the war zone was mixed with their forces as well. What's worse, the war zone kept moving from the sides of the battalion to in front of it. In a few minutes, the area between the defensive station and the Mother Battalion was packed with warships, chasing each other while firing colorful laser beams. Naturally, the anti-royalty warships were the ones dominating. Haha. Good, good, good. Look at their numbers dwindling. It seems like age has caught up with that geezer Edward. Based on their warship's model, it will take them at least 15 minutes for their cannons to be cooled. I hope we get rid of at least 30% of the warships before we retreat. Such a miserable one-sided beating was celebrated inside the defensive station as the staff and soldiers had their eyes glowing in delight. However, Zazia had her eyebrows knitted while heartbeats started to accelerate slowly. This is too easy, it shouldn't be this easy. Zazia kept tapping a finger on her elbow. She should have been pleased by the results of their first round. In everyone's eyes, she was clearly the winner. The anti-plasma shield could be recovered after some time, but the warships destroyed would be gone forever. Yet, her gut feeling kept poking her, warning her, that something bad was coming. No matter how much she thought about it, she had no idea what it was. I hope I am just overthinking th. Before she could try to ease her unwarranted agitation, her eyes were widened in disbelief after spotting many shimmering red lights appearing on the front of the Mother Battalion. Maganda Chief, Gabriel, Barry, and the others on the defensive station all had their pleased expressions frozen at once when they spotted those red lights. This can't be right, even demons won't do this. Maganda Chief mumbled with a horrified expression after seeing the red lights getting more intense. Baak K off! Zazia screamed in the intercom connected with all their warships. Alas! She was a bit late with her warning. Chapter 714, The First Clash 3. Out of nowhere, the booming battle zone in the stream had been silenced by 10 enormous dark red beams fired at the defensive station. The viewers could only stare in utter horror at the 10 red pillars engulfing tens of warships in their way. It didn't matter if they were warships from the royal family or the anti-royalty alliance, the dreadful red beams penetrated through everything and anything indiscriminately. A split second later, boom! 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 A long string of explosions rung throughout the battleground. Not a single warship survived after being touched by the beams. The worst part, they were merely the side dish. The real target was the defensive station that had been directly hit by all red plasma beams at the same time. The toughness of their alloy was absolutely useless in front of red plasma beams. It was able to defend against orange plasma beams just fine, but red ones? Even the artificial symbiote skin had difficulty defending against them. Felix's weapon Sword of Judgment that was attached to his spaceship was able to fire red plasma rays. He spent over 500 million SC for it to penetrate the artificial symbiote skin of Mr. Gama's spaceship. At this moment, in front of the universe watching, the royal family showed their deep pockets by modifying a Mother Battalion to hold into 10 red plasma weapons when it should have just 1 or 2 at best. What the F***ck has just happened? Oh Lord! The defensive station is F***ed. Did the royal family just hit their own troops or am I tripping? The viewers were left dumbfounded by the newest development in the war zone. They were just enjoying warships trading fire between each other before everything went to shit. Warships were scattering away from the center of war zone like bugs. Metallic scraps were flying around the defensive station after getting hit in multiple areas. When some viewers zoomed on the gigantic holes left behind, their blood went cold in horror at the sight of people getting sucked outside. The image of their bodies getting frozen solid while floating in nothingness had finally made some viewers wake up to reality. This was a war, not a reality show to watch spaceships firing at each other. Peep peep. Inside the defensive station, alarms were going off through multiple floors and sectors. When added to the screams and painful bellows, it was difficult to not feel overwhelmed. The staff and soldiers inside the operation center had been overwhelmed all right as they watched the ongoing horrors within the defensive station. There were staff members holding into their dear life while the wind kept getting sucked through the blasted holes. Some were lying dead on the floor after getting penetrated by a glass shard or a metallic scrap from the blast. Some were heavily injured without the ability to even stand up and get away from the breached areas. Zazia was watching all of this happening without blinking once. Great Commander! We need to send bots to start the reparation as fast as possible. This is bad. One of our power plants has been hit and blew an entire floor to smithereens. 200 confirmed deaths already, and it's climbing rapidly. Commander, we need to move now. The experienced director and the staff were the first to break from their daze due to their extensive training. The first thing they did was report the aftermath of the attack and seek orders from Zazia. Unfortunately, Zazia seemed like she was completely shaken from the attack. The generals shook their heads after seeing her reaction. As experienced veterans in warfare, this sudden attack sure shocked them, but they recovered almost immediately from it. As leaders, it was their job to be the only ones with a leveled head no matter what happened. Zazia had just displayed to them that she didn't have what it took to be a leader. Apollo. Just as one of the generals wanted to take advantage of the situation and step up to the helm, Zazia took a deep breath and started firing orders one by one with a composed expression. Send out the bots and seal off the exterior breaches. Pump back oxygen the moment they get sealed. Send firefighters squads to deal with the burnt equipment. Send the rescue crews to the floors with the heaviest casualties after the breaches get sealed. Prepare to fire XR-401 and XR-241 at the mother battalion. Inform the captains to stay away from the center but keep hunting the enemy warships. They must be unfocused after surviving getting hit by their own people. Just like cogs in a machine, the staff members began following her instructions without wasting a single second. Meanwhile, the generals merely stared at Zazia with stunned expressions, not knowing what to think. As for the general who wanted to step up, he quickly closed his mouth shut and lowered his head, too scared at the thought of being found out by Zazia. Army hierarchy was strict and what he tried to do almost costed him his head. Sure, if Zazia was truly out of it, no one would hold it against him if he voiced his orders and fixed the situation. Thankfully, Zazia didn't have time to waste on him. She kept voicing her instructions and asking for updates each minute. Weapons ready. 10 seconds. How many bots are working outside now? 84 bots. The rest either have it to arrive to the breaches or has been destroyed during the attack. Although she was just a holographic image, Zazia kept releasing an authoritative pressure that made everyone work even harder without bullshit. What are you doing here? Zazia suddenly turned to the generals and glared at them coldly. I don't need spectators. Make yourself useful and go help with the rescue. Yes, Commander. Not a single general or soldier dared to remain inside the operation room after seeing her dreadful glare. They knew that she was beyond pissed and was looking for someone to vent. How could she not be pissed? Hundreds had been killed due to her failure in predicting that the royal family didn't have a bottom line or honor in the war zone. The moment she saw the 10 red plasma brightening up, she knew that her gut feeling was right all along. From the very start of the battle, every single movement was following a placed-down strategy. Even Zoja's counter-tactics were for the sake of this result. Without seeing the progressive formation, she would have never changed her troops' formation and activate the anti-plasma shield. When the Anti-Royalty Alliance used everything to destroy the shield, she knew that something was missing, but she couldn't say no to a free counterattack. If she didn't send out the warships to thin down their troops, everyone would have bashed her for being stupid and lacked the correct judgment. The moment they were sent and started blowing up warship after the other, the same bad feeling resurfaced since everything was going too smoothly. She never considered that the mother battalion would use the red plasma weapons at them because they would end up hitting their own people as well. That was the mistake she made. If she thought that Commander Edward would stoop so low to kill his own soldiers willingly, she would have never sent out her own troops to skirmish with theirs or give up on her anti-plasma shield. If she kept it, they would have never used the red plasma cannons since it took at least half an hour before they cooled down after each attack. In addition, the fire sequence was noticeable. So, the instant she spotted the red lights, she would have activated the anti-plasma shield to cover the defensive station. "Red plasma weapons are ready, Commander," the director shouted. Upon hearing so, Zazia opened her eyes and stopped chiding herself over this failure. She knew that it wasn't time to face her mistakes. "Return the favor, please," Zazia said frigidly. The instant he was given permission, the director pressed on a red button and watched two gigantic long cannons began to brighten up from a holographic screen. Meanwhile, Commander Edward and his subordinates managed to spot the two glittering red lights from afar. "Activate the anti-plasma shield," Commander Edward ordered calmly. General Creed and the staff snickered in amusement as they watched Mother Battalion getting shielded from the front with the same blue hue shield. The sides were left exposed, but no one seemed to worry about it since they knew that the defensive station could not move freely like them. It was able to only strike what in front of it with those two cannons. Mother Asteriskers. They even added anti-plasma shields to the battalion. Gabriel's expression turned nasty as he eyed the damned shield. Compared to red plasma weapons, the anti-plasma shield was 10 times more expensive. That's why it was used only on defensive stations and important structures instead of battleships. Yet, the royal family modified one in their battalion, which was totally unexpected and honestly quite wasteful, especially when they protected only the front and left the sides open. It would be absolutely useless when the reinforcement arrives and bombard the battalion from all sides. Sigh, they really went all out to leave an impression. Zazia could only massage her temples and watch the two fired red beams get absorbed by the shield. They did not manage to break through it, but they still weakened it significantly. Unfortunately, by the time their weapons cool down, the shield would be restored fully just like theirs. It might seem like the entire interaction from the start to the end had resulted in a few casualties from both sides, but Zazia knew that she had lost something more pivotal to the rest of this war. Her credibility as the great commander of the Alliance forces. Chapter 715, A Number That Would Never Rise Concerns. Announcement: next Sunday, the chapter's schedule will increase from 7 to 10 a week. 2 on Sunday / 2 on Tuesday / 2 on Thursday. Have a lively day. Nervous face. It seems like the first clash can be considered in favor of the royal family. Sigh. After I saw how they killed their own soldiers, I really wanted them to get hit. Madame Zazia truly has gotten outsmarted by Commander Edward. She might be an origin bloodliner, but she is still too green in front of that monster. If she can't even outsmart Edward, then how can she live up to Great Commander Hades and Emperor Raval? You guys might not know, but in front of those two, Commander Edward still lacked a lot. After the failed attempt to return fire, the viewers couldn't help but express their frustration and disappointment in Zoja's leadership. This was what Zazia meant. She knew that this failure would make her look like she wasn't a match to Emperor Raval and the great Commander Hades. If she couldn't even defeat Commander Edward, then the war would be extremely tough on the Anti-Royalty Alliance. The generals, soldiers, workers, citizens of the Alliance all were watching the stream and saw her screw up Liv. The confidence they had in their army and their leader started to waver. The only way to restore it was by getting a major win, and soon. Unfortunately, Commander Edward wasn't planning on giving Zazia the opportunity to redeem herself so soon. He ordered everyone to retreat, forcing the Alliance's warships to stop their attacks and return to the defensive station. Their job was still to defend the wormhole and buy time until the reinforcements' arrival, not destroying as many warships as possible. FCK, FCK, F***CKKKKK. Gabriel cursed furiously as he watched the Mother Battalion pull further and further away from them. It seems like they want everyone to focus on our defeat. Maganda Chief's expression wasn't pleasant as well. If the royal family continued attacking them, the viewers would soon forget about their defeat and focus on the ongoing battle. However, now that they had left, they have given everyone plenty of time to write about this. The media was sure going to write the hell out of this defeat. Ignore them for now. Just focus on repairing the station and keep your eyes open for sudden ambushes. Zazia requested, "Call me when you get an update." After saying so, her holographic image flickered for half a second then went off. Maganda Chief and the others warned them to stay alert as well and followed Zazia. The director and the staff looked at each other for a few seconds in silence before restarting their rescue and repairing operation. No one said anything about their defeat, but most of them felt like it would have been better if Zazia never took over the leadership here. A few weeks later, the conflict in the Topaki region had yet to emerge again after the first clash. The royal family's supernova fleet stayed hundreds of kilometers away from the wormhole without showing any intention of restarting the conflict. At least not a big one like the first clash. In those few weeks, the only battles that were showcased were between small fleets, attempting to sneak a few hits before retreating. Occasionally, they succeeded, and sometimes they end up intercepted and destroyed. As for Zazia, she never returned to the defensive station again. The public believed that she was affected heavily by the media's nasty coverage of her failure, as they highlighted even further. Some media platforms took a little far and twisted the facts to get more clicks. Sure, the ones who knew the truth didn't believe the shit they were spewing and condemned them, but the ignorant viewers still took the bait. Naturally, there were many media outlets that defended Zazia and condemned the royal family for striking down their own warships to hit the defensive station. It was truly a sickening and vile decision. The royal family had separated themselves from this sickening decision by claiming that Commander Edward had acted on his own instead of following the Emperor's orders. Not many people believed their excuse, since it was known fact that Emperor Raval abhorred having his orders ignored. The fact that Commander Edward just received a fine and remained in his position was an obvious proof that Emperor Raval had approved of his decision. It didn't matter to the royal family if they believed it or not, as long as they actively distanced themselves from those sorts of atrocious decisions. Was it worth it to go this far? Seeing how Zoja's credibility had fallen inside and outside the army made it crystal clear that their strategy did its job. The reinforcement will arrive in a month at best. Aren't they being too easygoing? Indeed, they should start their invasion as fast as possible and enter the wormhole. Otherwise, they will be forced to retreat to their region. It's not that easy. They had the perfect opportunity to destroy the defensive station and failed. The forums were packed with discussions about the ongoing war. Everyone believed that the royal family was wasting time. If they refrained from attacking due to applying media pressure on Zazia, then they already succeed. Yet, they were still hiding and sending only a few warships to poke around once in a while to keep the alliance on their toes. Now, only a month remained before a supernova fleet arrives. The worst part, it was actually a 2-star supernova fleet. This entailed that they were triple the forces of the royal family's fleet. Adding the 5-star Nova fleet that was already here, it would be a one-sided slaughter. To add more salt to the wound, even if they moved now and breached the wormhole, they would be blocked by the Maganda tribe fleets from the other side. Honestly, their only solution is back off now. They already won the first round and there is no shame in walking away. Agreed. The moment their disguise was exposed, they shouldn't have even continued on their mission. Let's wait and see. There must be a reason why they are staying. If even forum's dwellers noticed the abnormality of the royal family's decision, then the alliance's upper echelons could not miss it. Any news? Zazia inquired from her assistant in the office. Nothing yet. The assistant disclosed, we are doing our very best to comb the Topaki region. Keep searching. Zazia murmured, I have a feeling that they might have snuck other troops inside the region and hiding them in the darkness. It was quite to pick a dark spot in space and hid within it. As long as the anti-surveillance system was advanced and remained far from population, it would be extremely difficult to get located. Since the Topaki region wasn't a small one, there was a high chance that the royal family had used other illusion array to infiltrate the region and separate them. One for distraction and the others biting for the appropriate opportunity to strike. This would explain their confidence in taking things slow even though they knew that reinforcement was fast approaching. I can't fail again, I can't lose twice in a row. Zazia stressed as she analyzed the holographic map of the Topaki region. Failing once could be excused, but failing twice in a row? Oof, in today's media, she would get crucified in public. Naturally, no one would be able to remove her from the post besides the 5 elders. But still, she would start struggling to have her orders followed. The generals would begin to question them and outright denying them. She could punish a few to regain control, but she would be leading with fear instead of respect. She didn't want that at all. So, for the past weeks, she was pushing herself day and night to read the incoming data from her subordinates. It didn't matter if the discoveries were big or small, she missed nothing. Her persistence and handwork had finally paid off, when she read a report coming from Airfield region. This region was controlled by an annexed kingdom that was loyal to the royal family. The report had come from one of their civilian insiders, who was working in the cafeteria of a space station near the capital planet. 2 soldiers has mentioned that their turn is about to arrive. Zazia frowned her eyebrows, turn for what? Based on the report, the 2 soldiers switched to telepathic conversation after they brought out the subject. The one who spoke looked around him with shifty eyes like he was worried that he was heard. Since Zazia was grasping for any clue to figure out the royal family's hidden scheme, she didn't move to the next report but started to investigate this matter. The first thing she did was bring out the old data for the annexed kingdom's troops. She placed the hologram on the right. Then, she brought out the latest information that was updated just a few days ago and placed it to the left. The moment she started comparing between them, she realized that more than 5% of their troops were missing. Since they owned a 2-star supernova fleet, it signified that more than 50 warships had gone missing. A number that was not noticeable at all. A number that would never raise concerns. A number that could be considered as a joke when compared to the anti-royalty alliance fleet. Yet, Zazia couldn't remove her eyes from this harmless number, especially when she connected the 2 soldiers' conversation with this missing 5-star fleet. Turn for what? Zazia pondered, it's best to check other regions. Maybe the results with match. Chapter 716, Royal Family's Missing Fleets. Having nothing to lose, Zazia requested, Queen, please compare the data of the royal family's regions in the same way. The royal family still owned almost an entire quarter of the empire to themselves. In their territory, it was split into many regions and governed by different leaders to keep things in order. There were more than 40 regions without counting the Mariana region at the center of the territory, where the capital planet was situated. So, when the Queen AI displayed 2 holograms for each region, it covered almost the entire office. Zazia didn't bother to read them on her own as she requested, Queen, tell me the differences between them. Zetron region is missing 80 warships and 1 battalion from a 2-star supernova fleet. Kaflao region is missing 30 warships from a 9-star nova fleet. Tustrioja region is missing 45 warships from a supernova fleet. As the Queen AI kept comparing the data from months ago and the updated version, Zoja's heart skipped a beat in alarm. She named more than 30 regions and all of them were missing from 1% to 9% of their fleet in the past months. Gleip-Swington region is missing 100 warships from a 1-star supernova FLE. That's enough. Zazia stopped her before she could finish the last region. She had heard more than enough to realize that something fishy was going on. If only a couple of fleets were missing from a region or two, she wouldn't have batted an eye. But from every single region? She would be a fool to ignore it. Queen, calculate the total of missing fleets, please. She requested swiftly. 3,000 warships and 2 battalions. Zazia took a deep breath after hearing such an alarming number. That's a 5-star supernova fleet gone missing without anyone knowing about it. What's worse, it was accompanied by 2 mother battalions. God knows if they were modified heavily just like the other one. Zazia couldn't sit still when she had absolutely no idea the location of such a massive fleet. She quickly called over her assistant and updated him of her findings. Just like her, he was spooked by the whole thing. I want you to recruit a trusted investigation task force and tell them to try their best to find the current location of those missing fleets or their destination. Zazia warned with a strict tone, ask them to be as secretive as possible. We can't alarm the royal family that we are on to them. Zazia didn't know if this missing massive force was the royal family trump card prepared for the Topaki region or not. But still, it was better to act ignorant on the matter, so if the royal family went forward and used this force, she wouldn't be startled. In fact, she would be prepared to counter it. On it. The assistant nodded his head and left hastily. He knew that it would be difficult and time-consuming to investigate this matter, especially when they needed to be careful not to expose themselves to the royal family. Sadly, they didn't have a lot of time. The Topaki region has been quiet for too long and God knows when the invasion would restart. No wonder they were lying low. Zazia concluded, they were waiting for the arrival of their reinforcement as well. Zazia felt a sudden chill at the thought of a 5-star supernova fleet ambushing them during their battle. Everyone thought that the royal family fleet would get crashed when the alliance's reinforcement arrives. After all, they sent a 2-star supernova fleet. But now? Zazia knew that nothing but humiliating defeat await them if the royal family's ambush succeeded. What's worse, they would be able to invade the Maganda tribe region successfully with 2 supernova fleets. To provide support, they would need to wait at least a couple of months before the second reinforcement arrives. By that time, the Maganda tribe region would have been already infiltrated by thousands of warships. Based on Zoja's calculation, the hidden fleet should have already crossed half the Topaki region if they traveled at the speed of light. The distance between the royal family territory borders and the Topaki region wasn't that far. In fact, the Topaki region was one of the many separating nodes between them and the royal family. That's why it was easy for the royal family to reach the wormhole. Still, Zazia believed that it should have taken them a couple of months even if they traveled with the speed of light. The hidden fleets had disappeared for over 3 months now. Zazia knew that she couldn't keep this information to herself. She set up a meeting with the other heads of the Anti-Royalty Alliance and exposed her findings and also her dreadful prediction. Good work, Zazia. Maganda chief praised, if we have been in the dark about this, my region would have suffered heavily. This is not the time for compliments. Zazia said with a stern tone, we need to pull a supernova fleet from Ashiris region to balance things out. The others agreed with her decision, knowing that they would need more reinforcement to counter the royal family's hidden forces. Sure, there was no solid proof that they were going to the Topaki region, but Zazia didn't want to wait until they appear out of nowhere then send additional reinforcement. It would be already too late by then. But, if we did so, we will leave the Silk Isle region and Shiras region with minimum defenses. Ruka mentioned with a worried tone. Although he agreed that they needed to act fast, but he didn't like the notion of leaving 2 regions almost defenseless just to defend the Topaki region. We will send the reserve to cover them simultaneously. Zazia noted, this time, we have to make sure that our mobilization remain as secretive as possible. So, use the same method as theirs and pick small fleets from different planets in the region. Zazia knew that the instant their mobilization get exposed, it would alarm Emperor Raval and make him reach the conclusion that the Alliance had found out about their hidden forces. After all, what's the point of sending extra reinforcement when the first one was more than enough to deal with a supernova fleet? We will do our best to keep it under lids. Barry ensured. Secondly, I have already ordered to investigate the location or at least the direction the hidden forces had taken. Zazia informed, this will help us narrow down their destination. Who knows, they might actually be heading for a different region, and all of this to gaslight us into pulling more forces to Topaki region. Zazia wasn't stupid to not consider this to be a bait. She knew that it was a risky move to mobilize her additional troops into the Topaki region when things hadn't been made clear yet. But, she really didn't have much of a choice here. Either trust her judgment and send extra reinforcement now to counter the ambush if there was any, or remain passive and wait until the hidden forces appear, then defend the targeted region. If she went with the second decision, there was a high chance of the Maganda tribe region getting invaded. Zazia would rather give up on two regions belonging to newly joined backgrounds than let the enemy infiltrate the Maganda tribe this early in the war. Naturally, she could allow it to happen and count on the Maganda tribe forces to deal with them since they still had a strong army to rely on, but she believed that the notion of successful infiltration on one of the 5 cores of the Alliance would be horrible for morale. The war was literally still on its first half year, it was too soon to accept such a massive slap in the face. Gabriel, update us on your mission. Zazia sneered, we can't be defending only. Zazia wanted to hit the region that was missing the supernova fleet since it should have weakened defenses. Sadly, Gabriel disappointed her with bad news. Based on my subordinate's extensive investigations, we found out that the troops were moved from the furthest region in the Empire. The wormhole network sure is a huge advantage to them. Maganda chief sighed in frustration. He realized instantly that the royal family had taken advantage of the wormhole expressway network within their territory. You see, the space worm had established the wormhole expressway in ancient times when the empire was still a whole. So, almost every region was connected with the heart of the empire. The royal family took advantage of this network and brought the troops of the furthest region from the war. Even if the alliance wanted to do the same, they couldn't. The wormholes connecting them with each other were few and between. The only way to take advantage of troops from the furthest region in their territory was by entering a wormhole connected with the interior of the royal family's territory and use the one leading to that said region. Obviously, that's impossible to do since both sides were defending those wormholes with everything they had. The anti-royalty alliance would never reduce their fortification of those wormholes, when they were a direct entry to the heart of their territory. Every one of those wormholes had at least 4 defensive stations standing guard and a supernova fleet. The royal family knew that as well, which forced them into starting their invasion from the front. It was already difficult to take down a single defensive station. Don't even mention 4 of them at once. That's why Zazia was confident that the royal family would not attempt to send out those hidden forces through one of those wormholes while they were busy with the Topaki region. Let's get moving already. We don't know how much time we have left before they restart their invasion. Maganda chief waved his hand as he disconnected. The others followed him, knowing that time was out of essence. They still needed to hold a gathering and inform the other leaders in the alliance. They were obliged to keep them updated before every big decision was taken, especially the ones involving their troops. After Zazia was left alone, she brought out the holographic map of the wormhole area in Topaki region. Then, she began to plan ahead for all possible scenarios if the hidden forces ended up hitting them as she anticipated. This time, failure wasn't an option. Chapter 717, As Rotten as Politicians. 3 weeks later. The Topaki region was still somewhat peaceful without anything major happening. Most of the viewers had already gotten bored and switched to another entertainment platform. Meanwhile, the Alliance was still struggling to find the location or the destination of the hidden fleets. The investigations had reached to a dead end due to being a tad too late. Most of the fleets had gone missing months ago. Fortunately, the Alliance still enjoyed some good news as their additional reinforcement had been snuck successfully out of the Shiras region. Honestly, they didn't know for certain whether the royal family had found out about their mobilization or not. They could only hope that the royal family hadn't caught wind of it, since their informants were useless when it came to dealing with the upper echelons. "Commander, should we begin? Their reinforcement is merely a few hours away based on our calculation," General Creed asked as he saluted Commander Edward inside the operation center. Commander Edward glanced at his bracelet for a few seconds before responding, "Go for it." The moment he said so, the operation center was enlivened. All the staff members and soldiers had cheerful expressions as they focused on their jobs. The previous victory had boosted their confidence immensely and made them quite antsy to restart their invasion over the past few weeks. In a few minutes, the Mother Battalion and its warships had begun approaching the defensive station rapidly. Since the distance between them was in the hundreds of kilometers, the defensive station director was informed of their movement almost immediately. "Bring Commander Zazia and be prepared to activate the anti-plasma shield at any moment," the director ordered with an unwilling look. It was written all over his face that he didn't want to give up his authority again to Commander Zazia, especially when he knew that the reinforcement was merely a few hours away. In his eyes, the next battle was going to be a free win as long as he focused on buying time. When the reinforcement arrives and take care of the invaders, he would be honored with medals due to his achievement of guarding the wormhole successfully. Too bad, Zazia had made it obvious that she wasn't planning on handing over the command here anytime soon. What did I miss? The moment she was called over, her holographic image appeared above everyone and was followed with the other 4 heads of the Alliance. "Nothing much, they are still approaching us," the director replied as he enhanced the image of the royal family's fleet getting closer and closer. Just like last time, they were moving in the progressive formation that made them resemble a flying plane. "Are they mocking us?" The director's eyelids twitched in irritation. "Ignore them," Zazia requested. "Do a full ultra-wide scan around us and keep it active all the time. Plus, send out a few scouts just to be safe." Ultra-wide scan and scouts. The director titled his head slightly confused. Is she anticipating an ambush or something? Although he was curious, he still did as he was commanded. Zazia hadn't informed him or anyone in the operation center to minimize the risk of having her findings leaked. Although she knew that anyone able to make it here was trustworthy and had gone through many checks, she still kept the intel from them just to be safe. "How are we looking?" she asked the director for results. "Nothing on the scanner." The ultra-wide scanner was able to cover up to 500,000 km more or less. As long as an object wasn't traveling at the speed of light or had a better anti-surveillance system, they were bound to appear on the radar. Since most advanced anti-surveillance systems were expensive as hell, Zazia knew that it was impossible for every warship to be equipped with one. Hence, if the hidden fleet was coming, they would show up in the radar one way or another. "All right, I will be spectating for now." Zazia nodded at the director. "You know what to do. I won't disappoint you." The director saluted respectfully with glowing eyes. He truly didn't expect for her to hand over the leadership like this. After a short while, the royal family fleet had stopped at the 50-kilometer again. Only this time, the director wasn't planning on waiting for them to make the first move. "Fire in 5. All the weapons on the defensive station and the warships had emerged and began glowing brightly. The instant Commander Edward saw this, he ordered everyone to take cover behind the Mother Battalion. The Mother Battalion's alloy was tough enough it blocked the first salvo of orange beams without receiving any significant damages. Still, the director kept the pressure applied by allowing the warships to cool down their cannons while continuing to use the defensive station cannons. This forced the royal family's warships to keep taking cover. However, Commander Edward wasn't a pushover. He started trading fire with the Mother Battalion's cannons. He focused on the Alliance warships, driving them into trying their best to evade the orange plasma beams. Boom boom! A few captains weren't lucky enough to evade in time and had their warships blown up, getting everyone within it killed. This back and forth trade-off continued on for a short while until both behemoths had all of their cannons overheated. The moment that happened, the warships had graced the stage and restarted their own battle in the center of the war zone. Only this time, the director had his eyes focused on the mother battalion, so if they dared to use the red plasma cannons, he would have his anti-plasma shield ready to block it. Thankfully, Commander Edward wasn't an idiot, who would repeat the same strategy. Plus, he didn't even need to do anything since his warships were completely dominating the war zone. Their overwhelming numbers were too much for the Alliance warships. Retreat! Retreat! The director shouted the instant he was informed that some of the defensive station's cannons had cooled down. He wasn't firing them at the same time as a buffoon but on a rotation sequence. When Commander Edward saw that the warships were returning to the defensive station, he ordered the captains to leave the war zone as well. A few seconds later, the two behemoths restarted their shootout, hoping to penetrate that tough alloy any time soon. It was hard but not impossible to break apart. If it wasn't for so, Zazia wouldn't have activated the anti-plasma shield to protect the defensive station in the last clash. Minutes went by then hours, the war zone was still as heated as before. There were some breaches on both sides, but they were dealt with by using repair bots. So far, no one had fired off the red plasma cannons. As long as the mother battalion refrained from using theirs, the defensive station intended to hold into theirs. That's because the director had only one purpose: delay and delay. Although more than 100 warships had ended up getting destroyed, his job could have been considered as done splendidly. He held off the royal family's advancement for hours until the reinforcement had closed into the war zone. While everyone in the operation center was beyond relieved by their arrival, Zazia was getting anxious each minute. Where is the royal family's hidden fleet? She really didn't want for their reinforcement to engage without knowing the whereabouts of the hidden fleet. If they appeared while they were in the middle of the fight, it would be awful. After all, they had more than 3,000 warships and 2 mother battalion. An ambush of such magnitude would ruin them. The worst part, the additional reinforcement coming from the Shiras region were still days away from them. There are only 2 options. Zazia tightened her lips: either attack them and take them down as fast as possible or hold off the reinforcement. She believed that the royal family might be waiting for the reinforcement to intervene, then send their own and take everyone down at the same time. Hence, if she kept the standoff from breaking to buy time for their additional reinforcement, the royal family would most likely keep their hidden forces away. It was known knowledge that the ultra-wide scanner had a maximum range of 500,000 kilometers. They just needed to stay outside the scanning area, and they would be invisible. Additionally, the scouts she sent would need more time for their search to come into fruition. I can't hold them off for days. Zazia sighed and refrained from speaking. She let the director conduct a joint strike at the mother battalion with the reinforcement. She knew that deciding not to use the reinforcement would backfire on her horribly. More warships would get destroyed, and more crews would get killed. All of that for what? A hunch that she couldn't share with anyone? Hell, she would be even accused of assisting the enemy since no one was dumb enough to not use available reinforcement. Prepare for our counterattack. The reinforcement will appear shortly on the enemy's radar. The director hollered, so, make sure to pressure them enough to forego the thought of escaping. Let's hope we stand for a few days. Zazia closed her eyes as she wished. She wanted to avoid admitting it, but she knew that she was as rotten as the other politicians. Chapter 718, A Sudden Wide Invasion. Zazia knew that by folding like this, many lives would be lost if the royal family's hidden fleet appears out of nowhere and starts slaughtering everyone akin to sheep. No one would blame her for this because she was going to save the day when the Shiras' troops arrives. On the other hand, if she chose the second option and intervened, she could not save herself from the ramification. The cavalry is here. The royal family is doomed. Damn, they have them cornered from every direction. They really should have left this wormhole alone when they had the chance. As the viewers mentioned, the current development in the war zone wasn't in favor of the royal family. 1,500 warships emerged from every direction and began to rain down hellfire on the royal family's warships. Their mother battalion couldn't even attempt to help them out since it was being fired at from behind by red plasma cannons. The Alliance's battalion crew were already informed that it had an anti-plasma shield equipped only on the front. They took advantage of their ambush and targeted their engines, in hopes of avoiding any hope they had to escape. Since red plasma beams were powerful, they sure did significant damage to their main thrusters, blowing up at least 4 of them. When the director saw this, he joined the party and used his 2 red plasma beams, hoping that their operation center was shaken enough to not activate their anti-plasma shield. Unfortunately, Commander Edward wasn't even fazed by any of this, like he already anticipated everything. He turned on the anti-plasma shield in time and blocked the red plasma beams successfully. Still, this was merely a tiny victory that helped with nothing. The Alliance forces had them surrounded, their warships were collapsing rapidly, and what's of all, more fleets were emerging from the wormhole and joining this witch hunt. "Director, anyone on the scanner?" Zazia inquired abruptly. "Hey? No, besides our forces, no one has entered the scanned area." The director answered swiftly after seeing her serious expression. "Keep me updated." "Okay." The director returned to leading his troops with a hidden thrilled look. He was already imagining himself standing on a big stage and handed a Medal of Valor for his achievement. Who knows, he might even get promoted into being the director of one of the major defensive stations in the core territory of the Alliance. While he was in his dreamland, Zazia was speaking telepathically with Maganda Chief and the rest. "It's getting bad for them and the hidden reinforcement has still not shown up." Ruka spoke nervously. "Do you think Zoja's prediction is false?" "I doubt it." Maganda Chief defended Zazia. "If no one is coming to rescue them, then they should have already attempted to escape before the reinforcement got here." "Yes, it was weird to keep fighting us when they knew that the reinforcement will arrive in less than a few hours. They must be relying on something to protect them." Barry added, "Nothing makes sense besides the hidden forces coming to the rescue." That's what Zazia thought as well. There was no way the Emperor would sacrifice thousands of his troops by leaving them here stranded. It wasn't because he couldn't handle the guilt. Instead, if he did so, the rest of his troops would be unwilling to remain loyal to the cause. Sure, they signed a contract, and they were unable to defy direct orders, but what about the future generations? No one would dare to sign up to be a soldier for the royal family when they see that they were being treated as slaves or toys. They could pin hitting their warships with red plasma beams on Commander Edward and escape some heat. However, they could never do the same if they willingly left thousands of soldiers to die unnecessary deaths. Presently, the Mariana Empire true citizens were already protesting in the stream chat room as they watched the harrowing situation. Are they stupid? Why did they remain for so long without backup plan? Curse the royal family. Soldiers are dying meaningless deaths. They can only surrender and be captured. The Alliance will not brutally execute them when they can negotiate for a sweet deal. Everyone recognized that the only solution left was surrendering peacefully. The Queen would be the middleman between the two sides and help them process the capture without any issues. Unfortunately, an hour went by and the royal family supernova fleet was still struggling. Their warships' numbers had already diminished tremendously. Meanwhile, the mother battalion looked quite shabby as it had suffered big damages over the past hour. No matter how tough its alloy, it still couldn't handle being showered with hundreds of orange plasma beams simultaneously for a long period of time. Everything was going smoothly for the Alliance and everyone had already started tweeting about their victory online. The only ones who weren't celebrating were the 5 heads of the Alliance. How could they be happy when an hour went by and the hidden forces had yet to show up? At this point, Zazia really wanted them to appear and attempt to save their people even if it meant the death of her troops. In her eyes, this was 100 times better than not knowing the true destination of the hidden forces. At least, if they showed up here, she had countermeasures prepared for them, but if they appeared elsewhere? She truly dreaded the thought. Meanwhile, in the throne chamber inside the royal palace of the royal family. "Are we ready?" Emperor Raval asked composedly while watching the live stream of the massacre. He didn't seem bothered or slightly saddened that his people were getting killed left and right in front of the whole universe. In fact, he felt a bit humiliated by the sight. "Everything is set. We are just waiting for your approval." Great Commander Haid replied. "Let's start the real war then." Emperor Raval joked causally, "We have given that kiddo a trial run lest she cries that I bullied her." The Great Commander Haid nodded his head in confirmation and then gave a signal to all of his generals that were participating in their plan. "Should we go there in person?" "Why not?" In a few moments, both of them appeared as holographic manifestation in front of large transparent window that was showing a medium-sized spherical wormhole. It was big enough to allow the entry of hundreds of warships at once. Yet, there was still a long queue in front of it. "How about the other fleets?" Emperor Raval asked telepathically, "Is this the last one?" "Yes." Commander Haid said, "They have invaded our targeted regions successfully in the past few days." "Good, with everyone having their eyes focused on the Topaki region, they won't see us coming." Emperor Raval smiled. Great Commander Haid eyed the Emperor with a tint of worry and asked, "Is it worth it, though? We will be found out eventually and sanctioned heavy penalties by the SG Alliance. Not to mention, our relationship with the space worm race will hit rock bottom. Firstly, I doubt they will find solid evidence to convict us. We have been planning strategy for years now, and I have taken everything into consideration." Emperor Raval spoke calmly, even dealing with the penalties and the space worm race. "Just command the army properly in our invasion and let me deal with the rest. I won't let you down." Commander Haid saluted respectfully and stopped mentioning this matter again. In a short while, the last warship had crossed over to the other side of the wormhole and joined the rest of the fleet. It was a big one. More than 500 warships of all types and shapes and one battalion in the helm to lead them. This battalion was a must since it was more of a portable station. It deals with the linguistics needed for the war, making it the heart of each fleet. "Let's get moving, our bait can't buy us more time," Emperor Raval ordered. Without further ado, Commander Haid relayed the Emperor's order to every fleet participating in this invasion. There were 10 other supernova fleets all positioned in a different region. The moment they received the order, they traveled at the speed of light towards the nearest major planet in that said region. All 10 regions belonged to the weakest members of the Federation Alliance and also the nearest ones to the royal family's territory. In fact, they could be considered as the borders between the two territories. This meant, their wormholes were protected heavily by the Alliance. Yet, the royal family's fleets didn't even use them to infiltrate those regions. What they used would make anyone admire their guts besides the Federation Alliance's members and the space worm race. Naturally, the abrupt disappearance of such large portion of the royal family army hadn't gone unnoticed by the Federation Alliance watchers. They immediately reported the news to their superiors, and they forwarded it to Zazia. When she saw that more than 4,000 warships had gone missing simultaneously, her heart almost stopped beating. She had a horrible feeling that something bad was going to happen. She knew that it was impossible for their troops to breach any region without going through an intense fight or getting spotted beforehand. She had that much confidence in her preparation. Yet, the horrible feeling refused to go away. What the hell is he up to? Chapter 719, The Scariest Race in Wars. To make matters worse, the original missing 3,000 warships and 2 battalions had yet to be located. This entailed that more than 60% of the royal family's forces were on the move, and she had absolutely no idea of their target. "Director, I leave things here to you." Zazia passed over the command completely and disappeared from the operation center. Maganda Chief and the others had received the same news, making them realize that the Topaki region wasn't their worst problem now. After they grouped up with Zazia, she set up an emergency gathering with the rest of the leaders and addressed them. I want everyone to be on high alert. Zazia stressed, it's clear to us now that the Topaki region war was meant to attract our attention while they aim at other regions. To be fair, Zazia and the others did assume that this might be their strategy. But, it seemed too simple and predictable. She believed that the infamous cunning Emperor Raval would think of something more sinister. We have a list of the region they pulled those troops from. Zazia forwarded the list to everyone and said, unfortunately, all of them came from regions that are inaccessible for us. We need to break through the heart of the Empire to reach them. Our latest intel made it certain that it would be impossible to achieve that. Most of the reserve troops had been pulled into the capital region to bolster their defenses even further. So forget about going on offense. Zazia paused for a second to check if they understood her. She really didn't want anyone to propose a counterattack by taking advantage of the fact that 60% of their forces were not in the royal family territory. She focused more on the horrific notion that those forces would aim at a single region and attempt to break through forcefully. It was possible with a 7,000 fleet. We need to prioritize defending the Silk Isle region and Shiras Regio. What the F***ck? Zazia was interrupted mid-sentence by a long-horned skinny man, who was sitting in the front seats. Before Gabriel could berate him for his crass behavior, the leader eyed them with a horrified look and exclaimed, 3 of my planets are under attack at this moment. What? Bob, get a grip already. The only 2 wormholes in your region are being defended heavily. The leaders next him started condemning him with irritated looks, knowing that it was impossible for an attack to be carried out on his territory. If he said that the wormholes were being under attack, they would have believed him, but 3 planets at the same time? That's just impossible. Hey? My mining asteroid belt is under attack. Before Bob could defend his statement, another leader exclaimed with a dazed look. Not you too. I am under attack as well. King Salumas said while listening to a telepathic report from his subordinate. He was informed that the economical hub of his territory had been raided by 500 warships. Since he was the king of the kingdom, naturally he received the news before Zazia. After hearing that even King Salumas was saying the same, the leaders had no idea how to react. No one was stupid enough to believe that an origin bloodliner would joke around like this. Even when the content was truly unimaginable in their minds. Unfortunately for them, the nightmare wasn't over yet. 7 more leaders followed King Soluma's footsteps and declared that multiple planets were being invaded simultaneously. Some of those planets were for resources like big patches of farming fields or elemental mines. While some planets held major cities in them and could be considered as part of the backbone of their kingdoms. Whatever it was, no one had expected that a full wide-scale invasion like this was even possible without them knowing about it. What's going on? Why is this happening? How is this happening? Stunned and confused, Zazia kept murmuring while supporting herself with podium. She was absolutely shell-shocked by the revelation of having 10 regions being invaded while they were here discussing which targets would be aimed at. She knew that it was impossible for the royal family fleets to reach the mentioned regions in less than 10 minutes. All of those regions were tens of millions of kilometers away from the royal family's major planets even if they shared the borders. The hidden fleet could reach those regions' wormholes since she believed that they were on the move for months now. She would have actually been fine if they targeted one of the wormholes and attempted to breach it. But, that wasn't the case. 10 regions were invaded, multiple planets were hit at once, and not a single warship had been spotted near those wormholes. How? 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 Zazia felt like she was losing it. Her mind reached only 2 possible conclusions for this insane scenario to be carried out. Either the royal family had used 9 different undiscovered wormholes that popped out of nowhere in the past months in each region, or, they were assisted by space worm elders. The only ones able to create long-distance wormholes for transportation besides the universe itself. Both theories were laughable in Zoja's eyes. The first theory was self-explanatory. while the second one was absurd to even think about. The space worm race was completely banned from participating or selling their services in wars due to their advantageous gifts. The first ever wars in the SG Alliance era were almost single-handedly decided by who owned more support from the space worms tribes. After all, they were able to open wormholes and close them in the battleground as they wished, making it impossible to do anything without them. Even the junior space worms could drop nukes in important facilities with a single unexpected space rift. It wasn't far-fetched to call them the scariest race in wars. Thankfully, the space worms tribes had noticed that their participation in wars were causing civil rifts between them. After all, they were forced to fight against each other in the wars to support the side that was paying them. In addition, they were starting to carry bad karma with the citizens around the universe due to the bloodshed they cause. They preferred not to be the most hated race in the universe. So, they signed a pact that their race would never meddle in wars again, even thought it was truly too profitable. Instead of moping about it, they switched their entire focus on being the overlords of transportation in the universe. Queen, were there any cases of space worm elders assisting anyone in their war even while being banned? Zazia was desperate for an answer. She could only throw cautions out of the window and question the second theory. She knew that without knowing about the method used, she could never be fully concentrated in dealing with this disastrous invasion. There were a few cases of using enslaved space worm elders within wars. Queen AI replied. It made sense for this to be possible since slaves were property of the owner, especially if they signed a strict slavery contract that forced them to give up on their racial status and identity. The moment they do so, they became nothing but an object that could be used just like any other tool. Did they enslave a space worm elder? They dare. Zoja's eyes widened in disbelief at the notion that Emperor Raval was crazy enough to enslave a freaking space worm elder. She never considered this scenario to be an option since enslaving a space worm elder was the same as enslaving a god. The consequences of being found resulted in one thing: death of the owner, his family, his friends, and anyone close to him. If he was a leader, king, or even an emperor, his citizens and territory would feel the true wrath of enslaving a member of the ruling power in the SG Alliance. The 10 rulers weren't to be messed with at all. The only reason Queen AI didn't rat on people who enslave those higher beings was because it wasn't banned. After all, humans, goblins, fishermen, orcs, vampires, slimes, werewolves, and other races part of the Alliance could be enslaved as well. As long as slavery wasn't banned across the board for all races within the Alliance, there was no way the 10 rulers could exclude their race from the equation. This was an alliance after all, not 10 dictators doing as they wished with the rest. Since it was impossible to ban slavery when the 10 rulers were taking the most advantage of it, the only thing they could do to minimize having their people enslaved was using other methods. Regarding space worm race, any king or emperor found to be enslaving their people and taking advantage of them would cause not only his downfall but for his entire empire. In this case, the complete shutdown of all transportation wormholes indefinitely. If that happened in the Mariana Empire, it was a death sentence for everyone living within it. Oh no, oh no, oh no, nuhuhuhu. When Zazia reached this part and realized that if Emperor Raval got caught they would suffer with him, she couldn't help but let out a long heart-wrenching painful scream. The chaotic gathering went deathly silent almost immediately after hearing it. Everyone eyed her with a stunned expression. Yet, Zazia didn't seem to care about any of their looks. She gritted her teeth in pure rage and fury at both the Emperor and herself. How could she not behave like this when she figured out the true mortifying and cunning scheme of Emperor Raval? She didn't know if she guessed correctly, but based on the lack of options, there was a high chance that she was right. What's the point of getting ownership of an empire that had no transportation system? It was the same as ruling over a deserted galaxy. This meant even if she had evidence of him actually using an enslaved space worm, she would actually be forced to hide it. Chapter 720, A Meeting with the Emperor. Zazia, calm down. We can handle this. Maganda Chief assured after seeing that Zazia had snapped. You are right, we can handle this. Zazia took a deep breath to regain her composure. She knew that losing control of her emotion would merely make things worse, especially when if she lost them over an educated guess instead of facts. Chief, you are in command now. Zazia informed, I need to meet with someone. Before Maganda Chief could react, she disappeared on them. This naturally didn't fly well with the leaders. They were amidst a surprising invasion and their important planets were already being contested. Yet, the great commander of the army was bailing on them. Focus everyone. Maganda Chief bellowed, whatever Zazia is doing, I assure you that it is for the alliance. I am out of here. King Salumas scoffed, I will take care of my people by myself. He had no patience to listen to Maganda Chief defending Zazia when his territory was being invaded. If the great commander refused to give out commands to help out his people, then he would take matters in his hands. If I knew you guys will be this incompetent, I would have never joined this cause. One of the leaders left a snarky remark as he followed King Salumas. Ever since this war started, she was always 10 steps behind Emperor Raval. I have no idea why I believed in her. Pa! I should have listened to my advisors and stayed out of this mess. The other leaders of the invaded regions expressed their negative emotions on the matter and went away too. Maganda Chief attempted to stop them, but it was useless. Even Zazia would have struggled to keep them here when their territories were getting raided. I am leaving as well. I need to bolster the defenses around my planets. A bloodline clan leader mentioned with a worried tone and then disappeared. His region wasn't targeted, but it was connected with one of the 10 regions that were hit. Although he heard nothing worrisome from his subordinates, he was still terrified that he would be next. The alarming method used to infiltrate those regions had scared the shit out of everyone here. If the royal family had the capabilities to bypass using the wormholes in their territories, then what's the point of defending them heavily? In fact, King Salumas and the other targeted leaders knew that the situation was beyond terrible for them. Almost 70% of their forces were positioned to defend the wormholes in their territories. They were like the gates of a castle with 100 meters tall walls. What the royal family had just shown them that they could easily fly over the walls and hit them whenever they wanted. Because the wormholes were quite far from the invaded planets, it would take many days to return and provide their assistance. Hence, everyone in the gathering had thoughts of pulling some of their forces from the wormholes to the heart of their territories immediately. This is bad. Barry trembled as he watched everyone leave the gathering with clear intent to mess up their entire defensive structure. He couldn't fathom the chaos that would arise when all of them begin pulling their forces from the wormholes to defend their planets. It was the same as giving up on the gate and simply focusing on defending the throne chamber. The royal family's alliances wouldn't even be required to use that shady method of infiltration anymore. They could simply walk through those undefended wormholes and spread their fleets throughout the Federation territory. When that happens, the war would take a really horrible turn for them. Zazia, where are you at? Maganda Chief could only sigh in frustration, knowing that nothing he could do to stop them from leaving. Honestly, even he was freaked out by what's going on and felt chilled at the thought that his tribes were getting enclosed in by the royal family. Might as well check on our territories first and inform the elders. Maganda Chief informed Gabriel and the rest, then he left the gathering. No one was thinking reasonably at this moment, making it impossible to order them around. It's not like he could ask them to send backup to those infiltrated regions when the others were scared to the point they were planning to pull back their forces. This was the real aim of Emperor Raval's strategy. From the get-go, his general plan was to strike the newly added alliance members. He predicted this exact reaction since he knew that a ragtag group of backgrounds would be too easy to break apart. All of them cared only for their territories. If they won the war and gotten a seat in the Federation, then it was worth celebrating for. However, the instant their territory's survival was on test, they would drop everything and concentrate solely on their benefits. The leader's reaction had just validated Emperor Raval's reasoning. In the throne chamber of the Norfolk Royal Palace, Zazia could be seen standing in front of Emperor Raval and Commander Haid. He was sitting on the throne with a leg above the other and a faint smile as he observed Zazia. She wasn't trying one bit to hide her fury. Her murderous eyes made it abundantly clear that if she wasn't just a holographic image, she would have already attempted to slit his throat. "Are you here to beg for mercy?" Emperor Raval joked, "Those aren't the eyes of someone giving up." When Zazia left the gathering, she requested Queen Ai to set up a meeting with Emperor Raval. It was easy to do so as long as both sides agreed to it. Since she was the one voicing the request, Emperor Raval had the right to pick the place of the meeting. As Zazia expected, he had chosen his throne chamber as a power play. "How could you do such a foolish thing?" Zazia gritted her teeth as she accused him. To be stupid enough to enslave a space worm elder is a one thing, but to actually bluntly use him in this war is another level of stupidity. Zazia wasn't the only smart one in this universe, who would figure out that the sole option to succeed in infiltrating 10 regions simultaneously without using the wormholes was related to space worm elders. The leaders were simply a bit slower than her, and when they concentrate on the method used, they would end up with same conclusion as hers. Since this war was streamed live, everyone already knew about the insane white invasion and would start to ask questions. The answer would be found in no time when trillions of viewers all around the universe were watching the live stream. This signified that the space worm elders would hear about it as well and kick off their investigation on the matter to find out if the emperor truly enslaved one of their people. She knew that their investigation rarely end up with nothing. Enslaving a space worm elder. Emperor lifted his eyebrow in surprise. "I don't know if I should be mad at your false accusation or flattered that you think I am able to enslave one of those beings." Emperor Raval was right. Just because it was possible to enslave a space worm elder, it didn't mean that anyone could pull it off. They are beings able to create large-sized wormholes that connect 2 points light-years away from each other. That was just the most common use of their space elemental manipulation. If they wished, they could create pocket dimension and isolate themselves there, or even trap someone in it. In addition, they could literally slice anything by slicing space itself. Whenever they were out in the open, they create a space domain around them. It made them able to interact with the real world but at the same time be in a different space. This meant that nothing could harm them whatsoever. Finally, their physical properties gave them one of the best durability in the universe. Even if they were cut into millions of pieces, they would persevere and regrow again like nothing happened. So, how the hell could anyone manage to enslave one of those beings? Zazia knew that she was giving too much credit to Emperor Raval for believing that he pulled off such an impossible feat. But, it was the only option that made sense at this moment. "I'm aware that you won't admit it." Zazia sneered, "But how long can you play dumb? I just need to capture one soldier who used one of those wormholes, and you will be exposed." In other words, she had no issue using potions or other vile methods to retract memories from any captured soldier. That's naturally if they were unwilling to talk. Typically, removing the AP bracelet makes it easier for them to confess to avoid getting tortured. With a live confession from a solider that they had used a wormhole, the only thing left would be proving that an enslaved space worm elder created it. "Go ahead." Emperor Raval shrugged his shoulders carelessly. His reaction just pissed off Zazia even further. She could see that he was either unconcerned about the harsh consequences of his insane actions, or he simply knew that she wouldn't rat on him even if she found solid evidence. "You might think that I will hold back from exposing you to avoid losing the transportation system, but you are terribly wrong." Zazia reassured, "When I hand over the evidence to the space worm elders, I will negotiate to remove only the wormholes in your territory." If it was possible to negotiate just the death of the entire royal family and leaving the transportation system alone, she wouldn't hesitate to do so. Unfortunately, space worm race had suffered from a bad case of kidnapping and enslavement. They were extremely heavy-handed in their punishment to let everyone see that they could tolerate anything but enslaving their people. Especially if the enslaved space worm was an elder. If they simply killed off the family or the person responsible for it, the others would not feel the gravity of their fury. However, shutting down the transportation wormholes and refusing to do business with anyone who was connected with the kidnapper would leave a nasty mark for eons. Sure, shutting down the transportation system in the royal family's territory would affect everyone involved in them terribly and cause an unfathomable loss of profit for the space worm race, but that's a sacrifice the space worm tribes were always ready to pay just to keep emphasizing one thing. In this universe, you can do anything you want, except enslaving one of their people. Such a level of protection and unity was a concept that humanity as a whole would never reach. It's sad, but it's the truth. Chapter 721, Emperor Raval's Shrewd Mind. Did you forget that 80% of the wormholes in the Empire are connected with my territory? Emperor Raval chuckled, I doubt you have the guts to do it. Watch me. Zazia eyed him coldly one last time before leaving the throne chamber. It was unclear whether she would actually do it or not. After all, even if the royal family territory was the only one targeted, the damages to the Empire's structure would be irreversible. In fact, it would harm the entire galaxy as a whole since most wormholes connected to other kingdoms and galaxies were positioned in the capital region of the Empire. It was under the rulership of the royal family. You are right as always, she really believes that we used an enslaved space worm elder. Commander Haid said calmly as he glanced at Emperor Raval, who was still smiling faintly. All the clues leads to this sole conclusion. Emperor Raval chuckled, she has no choice but to believe in it. If Zazia ever caught wind of their discussion, she would have been left aghast. If they didn't rely on enslaved space worm elder, then how the hell did they infiltrate those regions? The only option left was using many newly emerged natural space worms that connected those regions with their territory. This was unthinkable. Natural wormholes were primordial cosmic anomalies. They exist over billion of years and their size could reach up to a star. They don't just pop out of nowhere, don't even mention 10 of them at the same time. When will the wormholes get closed? Emperor Raval inquired. As agreed upon, they will be closed automatically the next morning. Commander Haid replied. Good, call Sir Godayo and express our heartful appreciation. Emperor Raval smiled. I doubt he will be pleased. Commander Haid said, after all, we hired him to make those wormholes 1 month before we declared war. He must have already figured out that we have used his wormholes to launch the attack. You worry too much. I didn't choose Sir Godayo randomly. Emperor Raval smiled casually, he is one of the few pro-war space worm elders. Even if he realized that we hid crucial intel about the use of his wormholes, he wouldn't care one bit as long as we paid him his fees. I see. Commander Haid sighed, I hope the same can be said about the other elders. They are bound to find out the sneaky method we used. We have a legal contract approved by the Queen. We didn't harm their people like that kiddo thinks. So, they will close one eye and leave us alone. Emperor Raval dismissed him, now, go supervise the invasion. We can't be wasting this hard-fought opportunity over nothing. On it. Commander Haid could only nod his head and leave. He spent many years being the Emperor's right hand to recognize that his plans were always foolproof and difficult to uncover. Zazia assuming that they did the impossible and enslaved a space worm elder was the perfect proof. How could she guess that they had hired a space worm elder's services before they even declared the war? It was possible to hire space worm elders to create private wormholes that could last as long as client wanted. The only issue was the pricing and having permission. For each day the wormhole was active, the client needed to pay 50 million SC at minimum. The price increased with the distance. Pretty steep when it was simply 100 times cheaper to use a public wormhole. Since one needed to have permission to open a wormhole from both regions where the entrances were placed, this made it impossible to be used as a smuggling method between empires or kingdoms. However, the Mariana Empire was still considered as being owned by the royal family even though its territory had been shrunk significantly. This meant, Emperor Raval didn't need permission from the leaders of those 10 regions, where he decided to connect his private wormholes. This was the first loophole that he took advantage first. As for the steep pricing, the royal family had deep pockets due to the high taxes in their territories. While others would find it hard to collect 275 billion SC or more in credits, Emperor Raval paid it without betting an eye. Zazia, Gabriel, Maganda Chief, and the other leaders probably barely had 50 billion SC available to be cashed out at any moment. Their territories and preparation for war exhaust their liquid cash as fast as they make it. With those two barriers taken down, Emperor Raval had 10 legalized private wormholes that he could erect with any region he desired. However, because the price increased with the distance, he had to limit his options to only the regions that were the closest to his territory. That's why he had chosen those 10 territories instead of using this scheme to emerge in the heart of the Federation alliance. Even with his deep pockets, he could not afford to pay that much. Those 10 regions selected weren't random at all. He knew that the anti-royalty alliance would go for a ruleless war over a ruled war when he declares war on them. The difference in origin realm bloodliners made it impossible for the anti-royalty alliance to select the ruled war. They would get absolutely slaughtered. By knowing that the format would be a ruleless war, he recognized that the anti-royalty alliance would be pulling their allies into this war. His first draft of his plan was actually targeting the regions of those allies. Luckily, the anti-royalty alliance did the unpredictable and planned to lure in as many backgrounds as possible to their cause by promising them a democratic federation at the end of the war. This helped him change his targets to those 10 regions that were bordering his territory. He easily figured out that their leaders had joined the alliance since most of them went public with their declaration before Queen AI replicated the battleground. Now that he knew his targets and had the resources to make it happen, he sent out the Space Worm Elder to create those 10 wormholes a few days before Queen AI replicated the battleground. Then, he told the Queen AI of their locations, so she could put them in her database and copy them as well. Since they were considered as private property, Queen AI could not share their locations with anyone. Emperor Raval was smart enough to pick good hidden spots that were not too close to civilizations or on known routes. In this infinite universe, it was impossible to seek something without knowing about its location, unless you lucked out on it. Because the anti-royalty alliance had absolutely no idea that a new 10 wormholes were copied as well in the battleground, those wormholes remained unfound for over a year and a half. Until the time to use them had arrived. The reason Zazia and the others didn't even consider that it was possible to use such a wicked strategy was because it had never been used in the history of the SG Alliance. Emperor Raval might not be the first to think of it, but he was the first to implement it in an actual war. It made total sense. Wars were almost extinct in the SG Alliance era. Even when a war starts, both sides always pick the ruled format due to penalties imposed on the ruleless war. When two sides decide to pick the ruleless wars, they were mostly small kingdoms or countries that could not afford to even hire a space worm elder for 7 days. As for the big dogs in the SG Alliance, they never settle their affairs with wars but with diplomacy or simply a couple of custom SG games. This Galactical War was the first major war for a very long time, which was the reason many eyes from different galaxies were watching the live stream. Emperor Raval was known to be extremely intelligent and had a strategic shrewd mind. If someone was going to come up with this strategy, it made perfect sense that it was him. Humans were one of the most cunning races in the universe and Emperor Raval had just certified this fact with his crafty mind. The scariest part? This was merely the tip of the iceberg of a much larger scheme. Naturally, the Topaki region's invasion was part of it as well. Without it, Zazia and the other leaders would always be on alert for an incoming invasion. If Emperor Raval went and invaded those 10 regions at the very beginning, the shock wouldn't have been this potent. In addition, they wouldn't have had pulled troops from the closest regions to Topaki, making it much easier for the royal family fleets to claim major planets in Silk Isle region and Shiras region. If it wasn't for having a gigantic ego and being as greedy as a goblin, Emperor Raval could have led his empire into a bright golden age with his shrewd mind. Alas, no one was perfect. Chapter 722, The Fat Pig is Acting Abnormal. When Zazia returned to the office, the first thing she did was inform all the leaders that she met the emperor. Then, she told them about the method used to infiltrate their regions and that she confronted him on it without any success. As expected, no one took the news calmly. In their minds, the fate of the empire was on stake here. Zazia shared the news for a simple reason: to switch their hatred and frustration from her back to Emperor Raval. It was a smart move since no one cursed her or berated her anymore after this screw-up. They all knew that no one would have done better than her under this sudden invasion. Now that the leaders were allied again on a common enemy, Zazia was able to pass her orders more smoothly. Her first order was to rescue the 10 regions from the invasion, so they could capture some high-ranked soldiers and obtain some evidence. Since the leaders were back on her side, no one denied her orders of mobilizing their troops to those 10 regions. The only issue with this was the time it would take for those troops to reach them. Since they wouldn't be using wormholes, it would take them a few months at least to enter those regions. It was doubtful that they would make it on time before the capital planets fall one by one. Still, they needed to attempt to save them. It wouldn't look pretty to the Alliance or the public if Zazia just gave up on them. Speaking about the public, the reaction to the full-scale invasion was received in the best light from everyone. Many sharp viewers realized that enslaving a space worm elder was the only logical method to explain this invasion. It didn't take long before the news went viral and everyone went with the flow and believed it without a shred of evidence. This can't be real. Emperor Raval might be greedy, but he is not dumb enough to take such a massive risk just to infiltrate 10 regions. The Fang scowled as he read the news while watching the live stream with the other 3 guild leaders. Who knows? Maybe he already went mad. Winfried shrugged his shoulders. He only thinks of restoring all of his territories at all cost lately. Still, choosing this option is far too dumb. Hamaru shook her head. We will find out soon enough. Tobias mentioned, Zazia isn't an easy foe. She is probably trying her best to find evidence that can convict him. I really hope no one does. The Fang sighed, we can't lose the transportation network between us and the Mariana Empire. True, we are already struggling, and if we can't receive any more troops or mercenaries from the Empire, we are screwed big time. Hamaru said. The fact that we are at war between each other even when we have a common enemy is crazy to me. Winfried lamented. He wasn't just mentioning the war between the Federation Alliance and the royal family but also their problems with the great commander Samuel. The moment everyone's attention had been taken by the Mariana Empire War, he came for them hard just as they expected. Their territories were left with minimum support from the army and the mercenaries and their squads were being treated like dirt. This was just a few of the many inconveniences they kept experiencing. What's done is done. The Fang paused for a second and said, speaking of the bastard who caused all of this, did you guys manage to locate him yet? Not yet. He really went dark. It's been more than a year and a half already. Winfried scoffed, maybe, he stopped bothering himself with hunting void creatures after getting that sweet contract from the army. Possibly. Whatever, just keep your eyes open. The Fang murmured, I have a feeling that he will return more dangerous than ever. A few months later, the Federation Alliance were left at their wits' end when it came to reclaiming the 10 regions. It took merely 2 months for the royal family fleets to reach the capital planets and claim ownership over them. King Salumas and some leaders were forced to escape when they realized that it was hopeless to defend their capital planets. Meanwhile, some leaders refused to accept the reality of them losing their territories. So, they remained with their troops to the very end. A few died in the chaos and some got captured alive with the rest of their soldiers. While the royal family was celebrating this massive victory, the Federation Alliance managed to take down the supernova fleet that was targeting the Topaki region wormhole. In fact, a few hours after the White invasion had started, Commander Edward had surrendered immediately. The moment they got captured, Commander Haight had released a public statement that the royal family would never give up on their people. They were willing to negotiate prisoners' exchange. The royal family had captured many soldiers as well during their white invasion. Since he brought public opinion into this, Zazia was left with no choice but to negotiate the terms with the royal family. Otherwise, she would seem as if she was willing to execute soldiers who already surrendered. Just like that, the bait that was sent to Topaki region as a suicide mission had returned to the arms of the royal family. This showed everyone that Emperor Raval had everything planned out and never had intentions to give up on his soldiers. This shone some well-needed light on the royal family. In the past months, everyone was accusing them of setting out to ruin the entire galaxy due to the slavery allegations. Zazia made it even worse for them when she shared the intel they got from 10 captured soldiers, who confessed willingly. Each one was captured from a different region. Yet, all of them said the same thing. They went through a wormhole that connected the royal family territory with the targeted regions. Although this wasn't a solid proof that they enslaved a space worm elder, it was enough to support their allegation. Since the war was receiving a monumental exposure in the universe, the space worm tribes were bound to notice those things eventually. Unfortunately, they could not launch an investigation during a ruleless war. The prime suspect was locked inside the UVR, and they were unable to enter the battleground even if the SG Alliance approved of it. The rules were strict on this matter. Still, they were able to contact Emperor Raval and explain himself. They had absolutely no respect for the royal family or the emperor. He was just another human in their eyes even with his high standing in the galaxy. Although Emperor Raval had an ego of a mountain and despised being looked down upon, he still informed them with his real method under one condition: they should not publish it until the war ends since it would affect the scale between the two sides heavily. After all, if Zazia knew of the real method, her mind would be put at ease and help her focus more on the invasion itself instead of setting out to find the evidence. In addition, she would know that Emperor Raval could not open more private wormholes. The Space Worm Elders agreed to sign a contract with those terms since they didn't really care about the other's opinion. They only wanted to know whether he truly enslaved of their own or not. When Emperor Raval came clean about his cunning method and had Sir Godayo testify on it, the Space Worm Elders were surprised. It truly didn't come into their minds that someone would use such a method to involve their wormholes forcefully in a war. Still, after careful examination, they realized that many conditions needed to be met for someone else to repeat the same strategy. So, they didn't make a big deal out of it and simply excused Emperor Raval. As he said to Commander Haid, as long as everything was legalized, and they didn't harm one of their own, they would not bother them at all. This interaction naturally wasn't known to anyone. Hence, Zazia and the leader continued to worry about losing out the transportation system while Emperor Raval had his entire focus on the invasion. After claiming ownership of those 10 regions, the royal family's troops had restarted their journey towards the nearest regions. Since Federation Alliance could not track them while they were traveling at the speed of light, they could only wait for them to reappear again. It could be in a few months to even a year. It all depended on Emperor Raval's next move. Whatever it was, he had already proved to be the better leader and strategist in this war. If Zazia wanted to cut away her losses, she really needed to step up her game. While the Empire was going through a lot, Felix could be seen drifting peacefully inside a pitch-black blob of void energy. He had been like this for half a year now, besides counting the few times he left to check out on the war status. Inside his consciousness space, he was sitting in a lotus position while surrounded by a mountain of books. At this moment, he was reading a book detailing exotic flowers, trees, and all sorts of plants that had been discovered by Lady Sphinx. Those exotic florists were used only to make rank 5 potions and above. In the past year and a half, he had already finished reading whatever there was about wars and also all the books related to rank 4 potions and below. This mountain of thousands of books was a proof that he truly worked his best to gain knowledge. Guys! The fat pig is acting abnormal. Abruptly, Felix's concentration was broken by Asna's spooked yell. What do you mean? Felix closed the book and dashed towards Asna, who was standing in front of a giant fat black panda. Lady Sphinx, Thor, and Jay, Ramungandra had already teleported next to her and started eyeing Nemo, who was glowing brightly like a mini sun. Did we feed him too much, and he is about to blow out or what? Felix commented speechlessly as he watched Nemo twitch while getting brighter and brighter. Chapter 723, Nemo's Hatching. The moment light reached its maximum brilliance, the tattoo on Felix's arm began to shine as well. It's getting hotter. Felix quickly exited his consciousness space and opened his weary eyes. He ignored everything else and focused on his tattoo. The moment he felt that the tattoo was starting to burn him, he requested from Asna to extract Nemo from his body. Before Asna could even try to do so, the tattoo began to move on its own akin to water droplets under a speaker. Then, the pitch-black droplets started to extract themselves from Felix's arm and merge above it in the shape of a cube. Felix floated a short distance away from the cube after seeing it rotating faster and faster while drawing in the void energy around it. Is it absorbing the energy on its own? Felix wondered when he saw a small whirlpool had been created. The static void energy was gushing in like a flood, making the whirlpool bigger and more intense. When Felix realized that the pulling force was strong enough it affected him, he didn't hesitate to blink back inside his spaceship. He wore his AP bracelet swiftly and covered himself in a protective nanosuit. Then, he requested Queen AI to turn on the cameras on the bottom of the spaceship, helping him keep an eye on what's going on from a distance. Dear Lord, he is sucking void energy like a black hole. Felix's eyes widened in shock after seeing that the whirlpool had been expanded to include the entire blob of void energy. Is he hatching? Thor inquired in intrigue. Not yet. Asna informed, I believe he has unlocked one of his innate abilities that allows him to absorb void energy and purify it on his own. Asna knew that beings like her and Nemo had a set of specific innate abilities that get unlocked only when certain conditions had been met. Some of those conditions were easy, such as reach a certain age, absorb a certain amount of energy, etc. Some conditions were hard to achieve even if they knew about them. I concur. Lady Sphinx added, this is how Nemo should have absorbed void energy all along. Our method was too slow and cumbersome. Still, it helped him to unlock his innate ability. Ramungandra smiled, with this astonishing speed, I doubt it will take him even a few days before completely devouring every void creature here. Let's hope it will be enough to hatch him. Felix wished. When he was going slow before, it felt like the blob of void energy would never end before Nemo getting hatched. Now, he wasn't so sure. It will be enough. Lady Sphinx ensured. How can you be certain? I believe that Nemo's egg was created by the universe the moment the Paragon of Sins started to abuse his powers by making void creatures. Lady Sphinx said, this has happened a very long time ago. I don't know when exactly did Nemo's egg has been taken away from the Void Realm core, but I believe that it has spent a significant number of years absorbing pure void energy before it happened. What we are doing now is simply helping Nemo with the last touches. Lady Sphinx ensured, that's why he was able to exit the egg with his soul and also possessed a fair share of emotions and intellect. He was already ready to be hatched, he just needed a little shove. Thank God for that. Upon hearing this explanation, Felix's worries evaporated immediately. He really didn't want to spend another 4 months journeying to another infested planet when the war was getting worse and worse for the Federation Alliance. 16 hours later. The void energy whirlpool had shrunk significantly from before. Since Felix had already absorbed his fair share during the past year and a half, the void energy blob was on the verge of getting exterminated. In this small forgotten planet, millions of void creatures had been killed by a single mercenary. If the news of this ever gone out, the war news would be dethroned. Is it just me or the whirlpool speed is slowing down? Thor mentioned as he narrowed his eyes at the whirlpool. You are right. When the others paid attention to this detail, they indeed spotted the difference in speed. It was so small, anyone would have neglected it. Is the absorption going to end soon? Asna wondered. The moment she finished speaking, the whirlpool slowed its speed even further. In fact, the void creatures at the edges were released from the attraction and managed to escape for their dear life. This anomaly continued on happening until the whirlpool stopped affected the void energy blob, returning its quiet peace. Should I blink in? Felix asked nervously. Nemo might be hatching as we speak. Felix had no idea if Nemo would treat him as his father if he was the first to see him after he hatched. Still, he was willing to take the risk of getting near the egg to make sure that Nemo see him the moment he emerged from his egg. I say go for it. Asna encouraged, you can always blink back to safety if things gone south. They weren't afraid of Nemo killing Felix, but if the egg exploded or something. This was the first time they witness an egg of a potential replacement to a law guardian gets hatched. Naturally, they didn't have all the answers. I am going for it. Felix steeled his guts and got nude again. Then, he snapped his finger and blinked right next to the rotating pitch-black cube. But, when Felix opened his eyes and focused on it closely, he was surprised to see the shell had fissures all over it. He was used to seeing the weird dark energy being in a liquid form, he forgot that its origin state was as solid as metal. The cracks are increasing. Asna folded her hands as she watched with held breaths in anticipation. She might have been always hard on Nemo, but she cared for that little glutton just as much as the others. She really wanted him to hatch successfully and join the family officially. There were many cute dresses, she had yet to make him wear. Meanwhile, Lady Sphinx was documenting this historical moment with an eager smile. She lived for billions of years and had experienced many things. Yet, this vast universe continued to surprise her and rekindle her curiosity about its secrets. It's happening. Felix's heart started to beat faster and faster as he stared at the cube breaking apart from within. It was already packed with cracks from every surface. One small hit or push and the shells would fall apart completely. Felix and the rest could see that Nemo was trying his best to break through the shell. They spotted his tiny arms and legs punching and kicking the walls. Come on little glutton, make some effort. Asna cheered on him. Just like Nemo have heard her B*TCHY voice that was engraved in his soul, his cute tiny black legs broke through the shell one after the other. That's it Nemo. Felix cheered from afar as well, not wanting to interfere with the process. He knew that it was already safe to get close and help him out, but he preferred if Nemo did it on his own. In a less than a second, Nemo's two tiny arms smashed through both sides of the cube at the same time. Immediately after they were freed, they started to flail around and hit the shell from above. He is attempting to free his head, but his tiny arms can't reach the top. Thor chuckled at the sight. Just like he wanted to prove him wrong, Nemo stopped using his arms to hit the shell and began to headbutt it. That's what Felix concluded as he watched the top shell getting pushed from within. After a few attempts, the shell finally gave in and Nemo's head emerged into the real world for the very first time. Rumble. A deafening thunderclap boomed inside Felix's mind the moment Nemo was hatched, stunning him completely. Did you hear that? Felix asked with a weird expression. Yep. Heard it as well. I believe everyone did. Lady Sphinx clarified calmly, every time a unique being with such a superior status in the universe hierarchy gets born, the universe celebrate their arrival in this manner. Naturally, this happens for other occasions that should have been impossible by the laws of the universe. Though, the celebration varies depending on the gravity of the occasion. Lady Sphinx concluded. Upon hearing so, Felix recalled the thunderclap he heard during the first time he got bestowed poison manipulation. It didn't resound in his mind but actually in the sky above his head. For the first human to possess an elemental manipulation, it was a big deal that even the universe had celebrated it. Since we are the only ones in this planet, it seems as if it is a waste of a celebration for Nemo. Felix said as he watched Nemo struggling to remove the rest of the shells from his torso. Planet? It seems like you misunderstood my use of everyone. Lady Sphinx revealed calmly, I meant everyone in the universe. Felix's eyes widened in disbelief at the sound of that. Chapter 724, Nemo's hatching too. Disclaimer, I apologize for the delay. There was a bit of a crisis in the house during the release hour. As Lady Sphinx mentioned, the thunderclap had resounded in the minds of every person and being in the universe. From little toddlers to old geezers on their deathbed. From the weakest bug to the strongest being in the universe. This meant that primogenitors, unigens, dragons, witches, humans, and even Queen AI have heard it. Such an inconceivable phenomenon had sent ripples through the universe. Everyone went to the network, wanting to share their experience but ended up finding that it wasn't unique to them at all. I almost died from a heart attack. I was watching an horror movie when a thunderclap resounded in my head. It seems as if it happened to everyone. The hell, how is this even logically possible? This is a bit too scary, are we being controlled or something? The proof is finally here. I have always preached that we are living in a simulation. The entire universal network was buzzing due to this phenomena. It never occurred before during the SG Alliance era, where everyone was connected. It was too mysterious and unbelievable to be passed as nothing. It seems like they finally succeeded. Lord Chaos spoke composedly as he stared at the nothingness. Since he was one of the few ones knowing about Nemo beforehand, he easily concluded the source of the thunderclap. On the other hand, the other primogenitors had absolutely no idea about it. Right now, they were planning to set a meeting between them to discuss it. The 10 rulers of the SG Alliance were also hosting a meeting to find out what's going on. Not everyone had lived for billions of years to experience the birth of law guardians since they were born with the universe. Aren't we screwed? Felix expressed with a worried tone. The paragon of sins must have heard the thunderclap as well. Since he knows that he was causing an imbalance to the universe structure, he can assume that the universe has given birth to his replacement. Felix ought to feel terrified by this notion. If he guessed correctly, then the paragon of sins would start searching for his replacement to get rid of it. Obviously, Felix would get killed in the process if that happened. No one could save him from the paragon of sin. He was a law guardian and a member of the Unigen race. Even if Lady Sphinx and Lord Chaos worked together, Felix doubted that he would be saved. You worry too much. Asna rolled her eyes. The paragon of sins must be in a deep slumber now as a punishment for abusing his powers. How are you certain? Felix wondered. Because I have seen some of my elders experience the same fate after abusing their powers. The duration of their slumber wasn't a joke. Asna informed. Although he heard so, Felix was still not fully sold. Did you forget that no one knew beforehand that the universe can actually make replacements for law guardians? Lady Sphinx proclaimed, Nemo is the first of his kind to be hatched. I lived long enough to know this. Felix had nothing for a rebuttal. The only reason he assumed that the paragon of sin might assume that it was his replacement was because he knew that it was possible. But, if paragon of sins was in the dark just like everyone, then it would not be his first guess. In fact, it would be the birth of a new race, the death of a superior being, or something else that warranted the universe's attention. You are out, little guy. Felix stopped worrying over the paragon of sins and smiled gently as he stared at Nemo's adorable face. Nemo got rid of the last bit of his shell and floated clumsily towards Felix with a happy look on his face. His shape was still that of a raccoon, but his size was as small as Kitty. Without a single ounce of fear, Felix extended his palm and held Nemo gently. Then, he placed him above his chest and rubbed his furry head lightly. Nemo seemed to enjoy his touch as he kept snuggling with Felix. Do you think he still remembers us, or this sort of affection is simply because he considers Felix to be his kin? Asna asked Lady Sphinx. Probably both. Lady Sphinx answered hesitantly. Looking at his size and behavior, he looks like a newborn baby with a clean slate, unlike our Nemo. Thor clarified Lady Sphinx's answer, though, I believe that he feels attached to Felix due to the time they spent together and also because he is the first one he saw. It did make sense that Nimmo felt attached to Felix even if he forgot about everything that had gone through the consciousness space. After all, they bonded on a spiritual level. Those kind of emotions were hard to erase. Let's get out of here first. Felix didn't want to stay within the void energy blob for even additional second. He was sick of it even when the feeling was quite nice. However, because he had Nimmo on him, he didn't blink back to the spaceship. He wanted to avoid entering the void realm while holding into Nimmo. Who knows if the Paragon of Sins was actually awake and would spot them immediately when they enter his domain. It was too much of a risk. Plus, Nimmo was just born, and he seemed as weak as a twig. Felix didn't know if he would be able to handle interdimensional travel. Stay here, I will be back in a second. Felix said faintly as he placed Nimmo a meter away from him. Eeeeeeee. Nimmo didn't like it as he swam towards Felix quickly. Too bad, Felix had already blinked back inside the spaceship. The hell? Why did you abandon him? Asna scolded furiously. How am I supposed to enter the spaceship without my AP bracelet or a flight ability? Annoyed, Felix explained as he wore his AP bracelet. Queen sent down an aircraft now. The moment he voiced his request, he removed his AP bracelet and blinked back next to Nimmo. Eeeeeeee. Nimmo rushed to his embrace excitedly and snuggled with him again. This time, Felix swam to the surface of the void blob, knowing that an aircraft would be there to pick him up. Let's hope my life signals aren't strong enough to split void creatures from the blob and assault us. Felix was swimming slowly while checking around him carefully. Now that he wasn't going to blink back, he would need to deal with the void creatures on the blob surface. When he first dove in, he saw that there were thousands of limbs and heads at the surface. With his blink, he thoroughly ignored them and went deep within the blob. Now, he expected some resistance from them. Honestly, he was worried just about Nimmo getting hurt. If it gets too hard, just open a rift. Asna promised, trust me, the Paragon is definitely asleep. Felix didn't know much how the Unigen race and Guardian of Laws operate. But, Asna did. She might not want to tell him about her race due to some reason, but he trusted her judgment. If she ensured that the Paragon of Sins was in a slumber, then, he wouldn't doubt her any further. Fine, a rift is better than a blink. Felix nodded his head and continued swimming to the surface. After a short while, Felix reached the 100-meter mark between him and the surface. Why is there no movement? Confused, Felix tilted his head after seeing that the surface was as stale as an ocean during a sunny day. This was quite abnormal. The surface was supposed to be packed with agitated void creatures, who sensed his life signals and had no way to get to him. Maybe I am still too far. Felix continued swimming in a slow manner. Soon, he crossed the 40 meters mark and yet, no reaction from the surface whatsoever. It's probably Nimmo. Lady Sphinx guessed while noting down, if he is truly the Paragon of Sin's replacement, then the void creatures are bound to act obediently in his presence. For real. A bit weirded out, Felix glanced at the tiny Nimmo in his embrace and couldn't imagine that those nightmarish abominations being nice to anyone. Still, it was the only viable explanation to this anomaly. As Felix kept approaching the surface, his trust in Lady Sphinx's theory grew. When his head finally emerged outside the surface and saw how quiet the entire void sea, he was certain that she was right. Haha, look at you. Just born and already helping Papa. Felix grinned in delight while rubbing Nimmo's head. Eeeeeee. Nimmo had no idea what's going on, but he was happy by having his head scratched. Felix looked above and saw that the aircraft was descending towards him slowly. The moment his head popped out of the void blob, his face got scanned by his aircraft. After it reached Felix, he used electromagnetic manipulation to pull himself from the void blob and get inside the aircraft. Take us back. Felix requested while checking on Nimmo thoroughly. Now that his vision wasn't completely hindered by the void energy, he was able to see his true appearance. Well, nothing much changed. He was still as dark as a moonless night. Danger! Danger! Abruptly, the aircraft alarm went off, startling both Felix and Nimmo. What's going on? Felix activated all the cameras on the aircraft, wanting to locate the source. The instant he saw what's happening in the rear camera, his jaw was dropped in disbelief and horror. The peaceful silent void sea was rising into the air in the shape of a humongous raccoon that resembled Nimmo greatly. Although the void blob had been reduced significantly, the void raccoon still reached up to tens of kilometers in height. What scared Felix shitless was the fact that it was flying after them with a creepy happy grin. Will you look at that? Asna giggled, the little glutton is already making trouble. Chapter 725, Felix's third void active ability. How are you doing this? Felix exclaimed while bringing Nimmo next to his face. Eee. Nimmo titled his head in confusion and started to lick his paws akin to a cat. When Felix glanced at the screen, he felt goosebumps at the sight of the giant void raccoon copying Nimmo's actions. This is quite intriguing. Lady Sphinx said as she examined the giant void raccoon clearing his butt like Nimmo started doing. Is Nimmo controlling the void blob without him knowing about it or what? Asna wondered. It's not like that. Lady Sphinx reasoned, Nimmo is too young to pull something like this. I believe that the void creatures have mistaken Nimmo as the paragon of sins due to having the same aura. Since Nimmo wasn't giving them any type of commands, they keep copying his movements. I don't know if they see him, sense him, or something else. Lady Sphinx pondered for a few seconds and concluded, but, if my guess is correct, then I believe that every void creature in the universe are subservient to Nimmo by design. Upon hearing so, Felix was left absolutely speechless. He knew that Nimmo would be a considerable asset to him during his journey. Just his spiritual pressure that could kill almost anyone with a single look was more than enough for him. Yet now, he was being told that Nimmo was capable of commanding void creatures like the real paragon of sins? This was beyond his wildest dreams. Just in the Guardian Empire, it was infected with hundreds of millions. If he went and visited every infested place with void creatures, he could bring them with him anywhere he goes. Who would FCK with him then? Void creatures were abominations that were hated by everyone in the universe for a reason. No one had figured out the best method to slay them efficiently. If Felix had an army made out of tens of millions, he would be seen as a force to reckon with even by the 10 rulers in the SG Alliance. The war. Soon, Felix remembered the war and what would happen if he participated while having an army of void creatures behind him. He was always perplexed at what he could bring to the table in this galactical war, where individual strength didn't matter that much. He had signed a contract with the Anti-Royalty Alliance that he would be providing his efforts to the war, but he honestly knew that not much could be done by his side. He could not just go 1vs a supernova fleet or infiltrate the capital planet of the royal family and assassinate the emperor. This wasn't a movie. The best thing he could offer was being Zosia's bodyguard or focusing on protecting Earth. But now? Everything had been changed. If Nimmo could truly control void creatures, then Felix was going to change the entire landscape of the war. I knew I did the appropriate thing when I almost killed myself to get you from the ruins. Ecstatic, Felix hugged Nimmo against his cheek with a wide silly grin. Stop getting ahead of yourself. Asna chided, nothing is conclusive yet. Not responding to her negativity, Felix merely pointed his finger at the giant void raccoon that was hugging the air just like Nimmo was hugging Felix's face. In other words, what other explanation could shed some light on this anomaly besides Lady Sphinx's theory? So far, Lady Sphinx had never been wrong with anything she said. Even the fact that Nimmo was the paragon of sin's replacement had been confirmed after seeing the void creature's reaction. But, how do we deal with this giant raccoon? Soon, Felix realized that if Nimmo was too young to control the void creatures now, then it would be hard to bring with him the void creatures. His spaceship would be traveling at the speed of light while the void creatures weren't as fast. That's why most of them get taken care of in space. Felix could not travel through the universe effectively without having his spaceship going at its fastest speed. I can use my third active ability Void Rift, but how can I make them enter it? Felix pondered deeply. During his journey to planet Gamera, he stopped his spaceship many times to integrate with his Void bloodline. So far, he had reached 76%. Enough to unlock 2 active abilities and 1 more passive. The third active ability he unlocked was named Void Rift. It allowed Felix to open a dimensional rift into the Void Realm with his Void Eye. If he didn't get the Void Eye mutation, Lady Sphinx ensured that he wouldn't have unlocked this ability. Instead of waiting until Lord Chaos grace him and teach him a few utilities with his Void Eye, he got lucky and unlocked an ability related to it. Since traveling within the Void Realm was 100 times faster than traveling at the speed of light in the Matter universe, the Void creatures would be able to keep up. Felix saw this beforehand when Lord Chaos's subordinate delivered the bloodline bottle to him. Lord Chaos was situated in the edges of the universe. He was so far from Felix it would have taken billions of years to cross such a distance by relying on the speed of light only. Yet, the subordinate had taken a few months at best. Another example was Felix's blink. He could literally teleport from a place to another in a blink of an eye by traveling through the Void Realm. So, the best traveling method in the universe was actually through the Void Realm. Too bad, no one was able to utilize it due to the destructiveness of void energy. If Felix wasn't being held back by his AP bracelet and other belongings that he needed to ditch, he would actually take advantage of his space rift ability to cross long distances. Will they sense Nemo if they were in the Void Realm? Asna wondered. There is only one way to find out. Felix answered, we need to lure the Void Raccoon within the rift first and use my dimensional senses to see if they are still copying his actions. That will work. Asna agreed with his plan. This brings us back to our first issue. Felix knitted his eyebrows. How do we lure them in? Felix knew that the fastest method was by entering the Void Rift with Nemo. The giant Void Raccoon would follow them inside immediately. He could then exit and close the Void Rift. Though, he really didn't want to put Nemo within the Void Realm. Even if he trusted Asna's judgment and threw caution out of the window, he wanted to keep Nemo away from the Void Realm for now. At least until he is a bit older when he could utilize his spiritual pressure or other innate abilities. I have an idea. Felix smiled after finding out a method that worked without endangering Nemo. But first, he needed to return to his spaceship and wear something. In a brief moment, Felix could be seen standing at the tip of the red plasma weapon, the Sword of Judgment. He appeared as tiny as a bean compared to its gigantic size. Meanwhile, Nemo was sitting on top of his head, turning Felix's hair into his nest. Let's begin. Felix lowered the headband from his Void Eye, exposing it to the world. Felix didn't care that everything had turned dark and swiftly activated his ability. Abruptly, his Void Eye had been engulfed in purplish flame before shooting a long ray in front of him. Felix controlled the ray by moving his head up and down, like he was lasering the space itself. A moment later, Felix deactivated his ability and pulled up his headband. When he saw the 100 meters long purplish line, he smirked faintly and extended both of his arms forward. He turned his hands into a claw and started pull them into opposite directions while gritting his teeth. As he was doing so, the long purplish line began expand from the center akin to ripping off a piece of cloth from a tiny hole. Open! With one last shout, the space between both sides had been torn wide open, exposing the chilling darkness of the Void Realm. 100 meters void gate had been opened by a mere human. If news of this ever gone out, Felix would be mistaken as a void creature without a shred of doubt. You play too much. Asna rolled her eyes at Felix. He sure loves posturing. Ramongandr face-palmed. Lady Sphinx. Well, no one could blame them for their reaction. The rift was going to open automatically a few seconds after Felix finished drawing the line. So, using his hands to tear the space and gritting his teeth in struggle was just Felix posturing to look cool. I don't care, it looks more imposing this way. Felix shrugged his shoulders in a carefree manner, not bothered with their criticism. He finally had a fantastic ability that allow him to tear space and create an interdimensional rift. He would be betraying the dreams of all men in the universe if he didn't attempt to tear it with his bare hands. Now, let's lure in that big boy. Felix's expression turned serious as he eyed the void raccoon, playing with his hands right below the void rift.